reveals something truly stunning that we all missed before. In this very document, filled with expected misinformation, false claims and fantasy damage assessments, Pakistan itself has listed 7 targets it claims were hit by Indian drones. All of them military targets, not civilian. Now, these 7 targets that haven't been mentioned by the Indian Air Force, not acknowledged by India, not in the 2 briefings it held during and after Operation Sindoor, and not in any official communication. So I want to show you what these are. Now, these 7 sites are Peshawar, Gujarat, which is in Pakistan, Attock, Jhang, Hyderabad, Shore, and Bhavalnagar. All of these are military cantonment towns. Now, why is this significant? Because unlike other parts of this very same Pakistani dossier, which spins fiction and exaggeration, these 7 targets are mentioned in the exact same manner and tone as those India has already acknowledged striking. There is no extra rhetoric, no added drama. So the question is, why would Pakistan include them if they weren't actually hit? Why name check these specific geographically site if it wasn't ground? Well, here's my reading about this. Operation Sindoor is clearly by far deeper and more widespread than we currently know. That is clear. The Indian Air Force has deliberately chosen not to reveal the full list of strike targets, and now gradually the scale of that operation is beginning to show. 7 new targets unacknowledged, but acknowledged in a Pakistani document. The truth is unveiling itself like a flower, slowly and methodically, 1 layer at a time. This is not just strategic decision, it is a sophisticated psychological warfare that's playing out. Because each time Pakistan tries to control the narrative, even while trying to project its own strength, it ends up confirming that the Indian strikes were more extensive and more precise than previously assumed. Now, many had asked why the Indian Air Force had not put out more information. Why stop at just 2 briefings? Why hold back? Well, the answer appears to be this: because they didn't need to. Because Pakistan is doing the revealing for them. And this is a country high on delusion, believing it is winning the information war. A country that framed a Chinese military exercise photo and handed it to its prime minister as an official war memento or souvenir. A country that used outdated satellite photos, doctored images, and imagined strike damage to tell itself that it hit India back. This is a country, never forget, that has walked straight into a narrative trap. That is my reading tonight. A trap carefully laid and activated by Indian strategic planners. It is now more than likely that the full scope of Operation Sindoor, viewer, the targets, the tactics, the platforms used, remain only partially in the public domain. How else does one interpret 7 unacknowledged targets in a Pakistani document? Now, these new targets listed by Pakistan suggest that the operation went farther and deeper than anyone outside the system has known so far. So as we take stock of this latest twist, this NDTV news break, here is the only truth that now stands tall. We may never know the full scale of Operation Sindoor, and perhaps that is the only thing we'll ever know for sure. Over the past 11 years of the Modi government, India's national security posture has transformed with a greater degree of purpose and clarity. It has triggered debates and polarized both domestically and abroad, but what has been achieved is an undeniable India that sees national security in a new light. I've picked 11 of the most defining strategic achievements, according to me, under the Modi government. Number 1, of course, is Operation Sindoor, India's new doctrine seen in action. It's the biggest cross-border strike since 1971, brought together fighters, drones, warships, missiles. It was a tri-service, full-spectrum strike carried out over just a few days that demonstrated India's ability to punish not just debtor. Number 2, Uri and Balakot that changed our rules of engagement on terror forever. The 2016 surgical strikes and the 2019 Balakot airstrikes were turning points for this country. They shattered old thresholds and made overt kinetic response to terror a permanent part of India's playbook, and there's no going back. Number 3, the Galwan standoff that stopped China in its tracks and the larger standoff in eastern Ladakh. The 2020 clash in Galwan triggered a military lockdown that stalled Chinese moves in eastern Ladakh. India's response was immediate, aggressive and firm, altering Chinese behavior at the line of actual control. Number 4, very important. This was a recommendation that was made after the Kargil war in 1999, but finally happened under this government. The creation of the Chief of Defence Staff post for true joint warfare. India finally created the CDS post, is now at the core of planning, integration and warfighting synergy across the Army, Navy and Air Force. The Agnipath scheme is number 5, which puts youth at the front line. India overhauled its recruitment with Agnipath and the Agniveers despite criticism, a huge amount of politics, especially on the road to elections. Agniveers were deployed in active roles during Operation Sindoor, proving the reform is combat-worthy and at least partially future-ready. There will be modifications needed, and the real test will, of course, come next year when one full batch completes its tenure, but it is on track. Number 6, air defense shield reaching full maturity. From S-400s to Akash systems and indigenous radar networks, India's integrated air defense is now fully responsive and has been plugged into an anti-drone network as well. It was tested under fire during Operation Sindoor and performed with precision. Past takes about gaps in India's air defense shield have hopefully been plugged, but there is much more work to do. Much has been achieved. Number 7, Make in India has finally got some real defense teeth. 75% of the 2025-26 capital budget is reserved for military hardware and weapons made right here in India. Over 5,000 items this government has ensured are now banned for import. This is Make in India with battlefield relevance that benefits Indian industry. Number 8, defense exports have boomed from zero to a stunning 23,622 crore rupees. That's right, India's defense exports have jumped 34 times in just the last 11 or 12 years. From BrahMos to Pinaka, radars, warships, India is now supplying weapons globally, not just buying them. By the way, our biggest export customer is the United States. Did you know that? Number 9, nuclear attack submarines have received the green light. It's a proposal that had been languishing for many years, and it was finally given the go-ahead just a couple of years ago, making it one of the biggest achievements of this government. India cleared the long-delayed program to build indigenous nuclear-powered attack submarines. This will give India a deep-sea strike capability and unmatched deterrence in the Indian Ocean, especially in the face of an aggressive and hostile and intrusive Chinese Navy. Number 10, global evacuation operations have showcased India's incredible national security reach. From Operation Kaveri in Sudan to the Ukraine war to the COVID repatriations, India has evacuated a stunning 3 crore people over the last decade, proving the military's logistical depth and readiness for any contingency. And finally, 11, the huge leveling of the playing field between the defense PSUs and the private sector that has even entered the field of military aircraft manufacture stands out as one of the biggest achievements of Modi's 11. Startups and MSMEs have broken into the defense core. Over 2,400 crore rupees worth of contracts awarded to IDEX startups and medium and small enterprises. The future of the Indian military's innovation is now being written in labs, garages, small factories across the country by cutting-edge companies and startups. There have been strides in higher defense management, jointmanship, military diplomacy with groupings like the Quad and more, but those are still work in progress, and the national security story is clearly one in rapid evolution. Well, you've heard about the highlights from me. Now let's hear about Modi's 11 from 3 chiefs who've served during the last decade. And who better to talk about the national security paradigm and achievement during Modi's 11 than someone who's been at the helm of affairs of the Indian Army. It's our privilege to have with us on this special broadcast General Manoj Pandey, the 29th Chief of the Army Staff. He was in the hot seat of the Indian Army between April 2022 and June 2024. Welcome, General Pandey. Thanks very much for being with us. This spotlight on national security is very, very timely now, obviously, because we are less than a month from what has been a historic military operation that we've called Operation Sindoor. So I'd like to start this discussion on the Modi 11 national security achievements by asking for your views on Operation Sindoor, sir.
Firstly, thank you, Shiv, for having me here. Indeed, like you said, Sindoor has redefined our security paradigm. And in fact, it has redefined our strategic outlook, established certain new normals in terms of how we deal with our security challenges, especially in the context of counter-terrorism. Also, the kind of clarity and convergence that was displayed between the political aim, the political leadership, and the military strategy is something to be noted. In terms of utility of force, I think it is shown as to how force can be utilized to achieve strategic objectives. Also, if I may say here, while defense and diplomacy are complementary, this has shown that as to how defense can come on its own and contribute to meeting strategic objectives. In terms of our response to what happened on 22nd April, I think it was based on, it was a principled, calibrated retaliation that we undertook, shaped by our leadership, shaped by firm resolve, and shaped by a very calculated application of force. Also, it has established a new paradigm wherein we have dealt or we have displayed as to how restraint with strength and how precision with purpose can be applied to achieve our strategic objectives. Our response was also based on very strong and firm footing of both legal as well as moral issues. And I feel it also demonstrated as to how our country's economic and military power can be combined and then executed through application of both military as well as non-military means. And if I were to sum up, I think what we saw is a manifestation and validation of what has happened or what has been happening over the last decade or so, be in terms of indigenous equipment, be it in terms of our higher defense management and the reforms that have been undertaken, and number of other things that have happened in the security domain.
Let's go into all of those building blocks one by one, because, and I'm glad you mentioned it like that, General Pandey, because this didn't happen overnight. Things have been changing gradually over the last 10, 11 years, which has led up to India responding to this attack in a very decisive, cohesive, tri-service manner. So whether it is higher defense management, whether it is Agnipath, whether it is air defense, whether it is all of the other things you mentioned, this big focus on indigenous equipment, something that you have stood very strongly for as well. They all came together to manifest in Operation Sindoor. Let's go into each of these one by one. I'd like to start with self-reliance and the focus on indigenous equipment. How important has that been? Because that has gradually increased over the last decade, visibly, sir.
Absolutely. And just like you rightly pointed out, self-reliance, not only in terms of our acquisition of new weapon systems, but equipment, but also in terms of sustaining the war effort. Self-reliance for critical defense equipment under the overall ambit of Atmanirbharta is something which has been very crucial, or one of the major aspects of what we have achieved during the last decade or so. And there are three important aspects to it, or what we have been able to achieve. One is the participation of private industry in this entire effort. The second is also the participation and encouragement or the contribution of a very vibrant startup ecosystem that we have in a country. And the third is tapping the innovation potential. I think when we talk of self-reliance, it is all of these three that have come together. The private industry has stepped up in a very effective manner. Our defense exports have increased. So I think the results are there for all of us to see. The services and the government on their part are playing their role well. So I see a lot of potential and promise for our indigenous defense protection as we move forward. And this was also evidenced during Op Sindoor, where you had indigenous weapon systems, be it Akash, be it BrahMos, which were made good use of.
And from the army, now we come to the Indian Navy, and there have been many national security milestones over the last 11 years. Joining us is former Chief of the Naval Staff, the 23rd Indian Navy Chief Admiral Sunil Lamba. He was the chief between 2016 and 2019, a very, very important phase in India's military, India's rules of engagement with its neighbors and national security at large. Admiral Lamba, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us on this special Modi's 11 broadcast as we look back on the big national security achievements of the last 11 years. Your opening thoughts, sir. We're less than a month, from Operation Sindoor. From that perspective, what would you say are your big national security highlights of the last 11 years?
Shiv, thank you for inviting me to participate in this debate. I think one of the main past 11 years, when you look at things, there has been a greater synergy and integration and cohesion between the three armed forces, Army, Navy and Air Force. There has been greater focus on capacity building. I'm now talking of military capacity in all the three dimensions, whether it's land, sea, or air. There has also been a shift on indigenous manufacture and development of equipment. I mean, this was nothing new for the Navy. We've been doing indigenous manufacture of ships for the past 60, 70 years. But there has been a great deal of focus. And I think the most important thing since the Modi government has been a focus on the maritime dimension, not only towards the Indian Navy, but as a holistic view on maritime issues, whether it's port development through Sagar Mala. They've also announced a recent initiative of manufacture of merchant ships within India.
Yes.
I mean, it's been a sad story where Indian trade being carried on Indian flagships have been reducing as a percentage as time has gone by, and this is one area which we really need to focus is to revive the Indian shipbuilding.
And joining us now in the wake of Operation Sindoor, when the Indian Air Force is squarely in the spotlight, is a man who has been in many hot seats, whether it is in a combat cockpit or the helm of affairs in the Indian Air Force. Thank you very much, Air Chief Chaudhary, for your time. This is a time when the Air Force is front and center. Everyone is talking about Operation Sindoor. Opening assessment, your first words, Air Chief Chaudhary, on Operation Sindoor and what we know about it.
I think the trust reposed in the Indian Air Force by the nation as a whole was fulfilled in all measures by the kind of action that we've seen over those 90 hours. The primary roles of the Indian Air Force during an offensive action like this have all seen complete success in all aspects. And I think every single member from the chief down to every operator in the field deserves a pat on his or her back.
Somewhat lesser sung heroes of this were the air defense units that did a stellar job in preventing any air intrusions, etc. We do know that the air defense shield in many ways reached a great measure of maturity under your stewardship of the Air Force. We saw the S-400s come in while you were there. Those saw combat action this time as well. Just give us a sense of how important this Agni Pariksha, as it were, was for our air defense network, sir, because it was tested to the hilt.
Yeah, firstly, let me tell you that we will take no credit away from the air defense operators.
Yeah.
I think they did a stellar job. Their performance was just simply outstanding. Now, coming to the entire gamut of air defense and how we've grown over the ages. Firstly, of course, you are aware of the new systems that we inducted, like you just mentioned, the S-400 or the MR-SAM. At the lower level of the spectrum, we have inducted large number of counter-UAS systems, both hard kill as well as soft kill systems. And a very heartening thing to note is that most of these systems have been designed, developed, and manufactured by small industries within our country.
Yes.
So this was a huge boost to the MSMEs, when we started buying off the shelf and helping them in designing and developing a large number of counter-UAS systems. It's very heartening to see the way these systems were utilized, the way they were, like you said, Agni Pariksha, or they were actually tried out in real combat. Some of them probably were just inducted maybe just a few months ago.
Yeah.
And all of them have proved their worth. I think the Indian industry, the small scale, the MSMEs and the startups and all that, they really require a huge pat on the back for what they've come out with.
Operation Sindoor gets bigger and deeper. India hit Pakistan harder than was known. Pakistan confesses to more Indian strikes. We now know of 7 more targets. NDTV, always ahead with the big news breaks.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out there.
गोल्ड प्लस क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
15 months after the Ram Mandir rose, the next big Pran Pratishtha. All eyes on the Ram Darbar, the 3-day Ram Rajya splendor. NDTV in the holy city of Ram to capture each moment live.
So these are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it. For every big news story.
You can't defend the indefensible, Ruchira Kamboj, but that's what Pakistan has been doing for a very, very long time.
We are sifting through a lot of information. Some is right, some is not right. But I think we are
India
right
tunes
in
in
terms of
NDTV.
we put on air.
In fact, on NDTV, like we've been doing for the last few hours, we've been
For
not only
fast,
reporting what's
clear
happening
and
authentically,
credible news.
We've also been, busting a lot of misinformation that's been coming in.
When I was standing on the road, I saw these lights going off
NDTV,
in the sky, and I could hear
where credibility
sounds of like
comes
what sound like
first.
blasts happening.
When Pakistan started shelling and first shell landed here, you can see this.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is
NDTV, first, fast, factual. More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better. More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. 16 opposition parties, including the Congress Party, TMC, RJD, Samajwadi Party and Shiv Sena, UBT, have demanded a special parliament session today to discuss Operation Sindoor. Now, a joint letter was sent to the Prime Ministers today following an India bloc meeting in Delhi. While the DMK signed the letter, amidst the meeting, the Aam Aadmi Party has sent a separate letter. Now, the NCP-SP did not join the meeting. Supriya Sule is away leading a delegation. The TMC has proposed holding the session in June after diplomatic delegations return. Now, Operation Sindoor involved deep strikes in Pakistan and POK targeting terror camps and air bases. Sources in the government have made it clear that since the monsoon session is all set to be convened in July and special session is futile in that regard, and all that needs to be discussed can be done as part of regular parliament session. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi has accused Prime Minister Modi of halting Operation Sindoor under pressure from Donald Trump, who claimed credit for brokering an India-Pakistan ceasefire. Now, the BJP has refuted this, asserting Pakistan begged for the ceasefire and accused the Congress Party of undermining national security. Let's listen in to what Rahul said and how the BJP responded to this.
उधर से ट्रंप ने एक इशारा किया, फोन उठाया, कहा मोदी जी क्या कर रहे हो? नरेंद्र सरेंडर, और जी हजूर करके नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ट्रंप के इशारे का पालन किया। 71 की लड़ाई में 7th फ्लीट आई थी, हथियार आए थे, एयरक्राफ्ट था। इंदिरा गांधी जी ने कहा को जो करना है मैं करूंगी।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत ने पाकिस्तान के आतंक के आकाओं को मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया है, जिसके बारे में सलमान खुर्शीद से लेकर शशि थरूर से लेकर हर कांग्रेसी नेता भी कह रहा है और पाकिस्तान खुद प्रूफ दे रहा है। परंतु राहुल गांधी को इससे चिढ़ इसीलिए है क्योंकि राहुल को खुशी तभी महसूस होती है जब कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता आतंकवादी हाफिज सईद को हाफिज सईद जी बोलते हैं और 26/11 आतंकवादी हमले के बाद में कांग्रेस पार्टी पाकिस्तान के पर हमला करने के बजाय डॉजियर खेलती है।
So the questions we asked tonight: is the opposition justified in demanding a special parliament session, or is it just playing politics? Now, is the centre shying away from some very valid questions on security losses, or addressing them the way matters centred around national security should be addressed? Won't talking about national security at a time like this also jeopardize safety and India's position, considering the situation still remains tense? I also spoke to senior BJP MP and party vice president Jay Panda, who led an all-party diplomatic delegation on Operation Sindoor. You can catch that conversation later on that show. Before I bring in my guests on today's debate, let's also listen in to what RJD's Manoj Jha said today.
Pahalgam was not individual pains of the families who lost the near and dear ones. ये पूरे देश की सामूहिक पीड़ा थी। पूरा देश हम की भावना से सोच रहा था, वी, और उसके बाद ऑपरेशन सिंदूर। हम की भावना से सोचने के बावजूद कुछ चिंता के लक्षण हुए, तो प्रधानमंत्री जी से ये गुजारिश की गई है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी, इतिहास में ऐसे क्षण आते हैं जब आपके व्यक्ति को कोई चीज आहत करे ना करे, देश को आहत करता है, और जब देश आहत होता है तो संसद ही है, क्योंकि दलों के दायरे से ऊपर है. Pahalgam was not individual pains of the families who lost the near and dear ones.
16 to 17 parties, 16 parties have written a letter to the Prime Minister demanding, seeking, asking for a special session of Parliament.
Well, India's multi-party delegations are heading back home after this massive diplomatic exercise of explaining India's position with regard to Operation Sindoor. With me is Jay Panda, who is BJP MP and also BJP's National Vice President. Thank you, Mr. Panda, for speaking to NDTV. You went to some of the most difficult countries because these are countries like Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait and Algeria. These are countries which have historically had have supported Pakistan. How was your experience? What are your best takeaways?
Our job was to take the message forward about the new normal, because we've been in this cycle of cross-border terrorism right from 1947, when Pakistan, after partition, sent the first cross-border terrorists into Jammu and Kashmir. And we've tried everything else in the past, including restraining ourselves. We didn't react after Mumbai. That has changed. And that message is received loud and clear that we will retaliate. We have called their nuclear bluff and exposed it as fake. We will impose a very heavy cost on them. We will take this forward with economic sanctions on trade, on shipping, on visas, on water. All of this intended to push Pakistan in the right direction, to change its policies of supporting terror.
Right. Mr. Panda, but when you talk about the FATF, do you feel that there was positive response of putting Pakistan in the grey list of the FATF and also economic sanctions? These are countries with a lot of influence on the OIC, which has also been misused by Pakistan. Did you see any positive response coming on that front?
Yes, absolutely. And let me put this in context. So all these four countries have themselves been victims of terror. And they've all taken not only strong stands, but very strong actions against terrorist groups. Algeria, for instance, has actually had terror attacks by Pakistani-trained terrorists back in the 90s. So they understand exactly where we are coming from. Another thing is, Pakistan has tried to cultivate these nations as a fellow Islamic country. But there's been a huge divergence. Now, while Pakistan encourages jihadis and churns out these fundamentalists and then funds them, trains them, arms them, these countries have been on an opposite path. They have cracked down against fundamentalism. Secondly, these countries have in the past given financial aid to Pakistan, which they have seen being misused. And the unity that our delegation represents, between the 8 members representing different parts of India, different religions of India, different languages of India, different parties in government and opposition, and yet with a single voice, had a huge impact.
So how was that experience? Tell us, because while you were there was a lot of politics playing out on Operation Sindoor. The opposition has been saying that the government has politicized this issue. In fact, today Rahul Gandhi has also said that it was one tweet by Trump which made the centre surrender, and this whole demand for special session. How do you see the opposition's position on this?
I think in the search for chatpata news, sometimes perspective is lost. The reality is that not only is all of India united on this, every section of society, but even in the polity, everybody, even the Congress party's members were out there speaking up for India on various delegations. I think you're referring to 2 or 3 frustrated individuals. And I wouldn't call them the opposition in its entirety, because members of their own party were going and batting for India. So let's not get carried away by the frustrations of some individuals who've tried repeatedly and failed. You really have to see the respect that these nations have for India and for its leadership, particularly Prime Minister Modi, for you to recognize what a fallacy it is for somebody to try and take such cheap shots. I don't want to get drawn into that, because right now is the moment that we must cherish and celebrate this unity in the polity and across the nation.
Panda, also, once you're back, you had an important meeting with the EAM. So clearly this is going to be a journey in progress. Tell us what more can come out of this, because you've come back with learnings. How do you expect all of this to be put in practice? What is going to be the way forward?
We had a very fruitful discussion with Dr. Jaishankar. And of course, he had been keeping track because these were official delegations and our embassies were coordinating and giving updates. But it was also important to hear from us, our first-hand experience and feedback. And one of the biggest takeaways is all these nations want to work together with India. As I said, we've already had military cooperation. Joint military exercises have been ongoing for the last couple of years. They want to take that forward. They are seeking Indian investment and access to Indian markets. But most importantly, they want to work closer together with India on the global stage, including in many multilateral organizations. And some of these nations are members. For example, two of the nations we visited are currently members of the United Nations Security Council.
My last question, did you also face the challenge of a perception war? Because the international media has also been writing things about the India-Pakistan conflict in a very different way. Do you think that was a challenge that you've faced while you were in Saudi Arabia, for instance?
Not in the least. You know, various countries and various outlets have their own axe to grind. Now, the leaderships of these nations are well versed in realpolitik. They understand what's what. You know, they understand very well that even today, Pakistan's history books teach that they won the 1971 war, despite losing East Pakistan, which became Bangladesh. So Pakistan's propaganda doesn't last very long. So yes, they tried a very energetic propaganda war, but you will see today, for the last few days, many Pakistani commentators, including politicians, including journalists, including activists, influencers, are openly speaking out, questioning their own government, because all their claims are falling flat because Pakistan hasn't been able to prove any claims, whereas the fact that India did damage Pakistan's military facilities after they escalated, we initially targeted only the terrorists. That's our intention. The fact that we damage their military bases can no longer be hidden. The people of Pakistan have experienced it, are seeing it today. So, no, these nations are very familiar with Pakistan's old tricks. And, many nations have, all these four nations have given very strong statements after April 22nd, condemning specifically the terrorist attack on India. I'm quite positive that going forward, we are going to see good developments on this front.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Panda, for speaking to NDTV. That was Jay Panda, BJP National Vice President, also an MP who led a very important delegation to Saudi Arabia, Bahrain and other countries, speaking about Pakistani propaganda that always falls flat, something that West Asia is also familiar with. With camera person Manoj, this is Vasudha Venugopal for NDTV. So also joining me now is Congress MP Deepinder Hooda. Thank you, Mr. Hooda, for speaking to NDTV. What made 16 opposition parties come together, sir, to write this very important letter demanding a special session of the Parliament on Operation Sindoor? Because the government is saying that it has, with all party meetings, multi-party delegations, it is saying that it's made the process democratic.
आपको याद होगा कि जब हमारे देश पे ये आक्रमण हुआ, पहलगाम के अंदर आतंकी हमला हुआ, उस समय सभी विपक्षी दलों ने पूर्णतः सरकार का समर्थन देने की घोषणा करी और कहा कि हम सरकार के साथ हैं, सरकार जवाबी कार्रवाई करे और कोई भी कदम सरकार उठाएगी हम लोग साथ हैं। और हम सबको, हर देशवासी को अपने देश की फ़ौज पे गर्व है और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में जिस तरह का पराक्रम दिखाया हमारे देश की फ़ौज ने, हम अपने देश की फ़ौज को बधाई देते हैं, उनको नमन करते हैं कि ऐसा पराक्रम शायद दुनिया में दूसरा उदाहरण नहीं देखने को मिलेगा। लेकिन अब चूँकि सीज़ फायर की घोषणा, और वो भी पहले अमेरिका द्वारा की गई, उसके बाद सभी विपक्षी दलों ने और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने, राहुल गांधी जी ने ये मांग उठाई, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन जी ने मांग उठाई और सभी बाकी विपक्षी दलों ने भी अलग अलग ये बात उठाई कि अब एक स्पेशल सेशन, विशेष संसदीय सत्र बुलाया जाए और उस विशेष सत्र के माध्यम से सबसे पहले तो हमें एक मौका मिलेगा सभी देशवासियों के चुने हुए सांसदों को कि हम एक स्वर में अपनी देश के सशस्त्र बलों का धन्यवाद करें, उनका आभार व्यक्त करें और एक स्वर में एक संदेश जाए कि 140 करोड़ का देश अपने सशस्त्र बलों के साथ खड़ा है। उसके साथ साथ जो सारी घटनाक्रम हैं, पहलगाम का आतंकी हमला, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, उसके बाद अमेरिका द्वारा घोषित एक सीज फायर और उसके बाद जो ये संसदीय प्रतिनिधि मंडल सारे विश्व में गए हैं, ये सारी घटनाक्रम पे सरकार बिंदुवार सारी बात रखे और चिंतन और मनन हो कि जिस लक्ष्य को लेकर हमारी फौज ने ये पराक्रम दिखाया, आतंकवाद की समाप्ति, क्या उस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने में हमें सफलता मिली इस रूप से? क्योंकि पाकिस्तान को क्या अलग थलग हम कर पाए दुनिया में? क्या पाकिस्तान को इस समय किसी ने मदद का हाथ बढ़ाया? और अगर यदि बढ़ाया और अलग थलग करने में कितनी हमें सफलता मिली और आगे हम कैसे पाकिस्तान को अलग थलग कर पाए ताकि IMF जैसी संस्थाएं जो अरबों डॉलर के जो ऋण पाकिस्तान को जहां से मिले और बाकी बहुत से देशों ने जिस तरीके से, तो ये पाकिस्तान की मदद का इस समय मदद के लिए आगे आए, किस तरीके से उसको रोका जाए, क्या आगे रणनीति बने, इस पे चिंतन करने की, मंथन करने की आवश्यकता है देश की संसद को और एक संयुक्त रणनीति बने कि आगे कदम कैसे बढ़ाए जाएंगे। आज तो हमारी फौज ने आतंकवादियों के सारे ठिकानों को नष्ट कर दिया, लेकिन यदि पाकिस्तान की इस तरह मदद की जाएगी बाकी मुल्कों द्वारा, तो क्या आगे पाकिस्तान दोबारा से आतंकवादियों को शय देने का कार्य नहीं करेगा? ये कई प्रश्न हैं। और साथ में मैं समझता हूं कि रणनीति केवल कूटनीतिक, विदेश नीतिक रूप से रणनीति संयुक्त रूप से तैयार भी हो।
की जो बात कर रहे हैं राहुल गांधी, सेइंग दैट उन्होंने एक इंटरफेरेंस किया था, और फाइटर जेट्स की जो बात कर रहे हैं, सेइंग दैट इंडियन फाइटर जेट्स वर डाउन। एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर ने इस बात को क्लैरिफाई किया है, DGMOs ने भी इस बात को क्लैरिफाई किया है कि सीज फायर कंप्लीटली बायलैटरल था। इस टाइम पे पार्टी इतनी ज़्यादा इंसिस्टेंट ये कॉम्बैट लॉसेस और ये ट्रंप के पोजीशन पर क्यों है?
देखिए, जहाँ तक डोनाल्ड ट्रंप की बात है, डोनाल्ड ट्रंप लगातार 12-13 बार अपने दावे को बार बार विश्व पटल पे बार बार रिपीट करते हैं और कहते हैं कि हमने व्यापार की धौंस दिखाकर हिंदुस्तान और पाकिस्तान का समझौता कराया। एक बार तो उनकी इतनी हिमाकत हो गई कि उन्होंने कश्मीर तक को, जिस कश्मीर पे कोई विवाद ही नहीं, कश्मीर हमारा अभिन्न हिस्सा है और कश्मीर पे कोई चर्चा की गुंजाइश कहीं नहीं है, मगर डोनाल्ड ट्रंप कश्मीर को भी एक बार अपनी वक्तव्य में लेके आए और लगातार वो हर रोज रिपीट कर रहे हैं अपनी बात को। इस अमेरिका की ऐसी हिमाकत जो बार बार ये कहे और पाकिस्तान को बराबर तोल रहे हैं हिंदुस्तान से, बहुत बड़ा अंतर है। पाकिस्तान आतंकवादियों को पोषित करने वाला देश है और हिंदुस्तान आतंकवादियों के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ने वाला देश है, और उसको अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति बराबर तोलें, बार बार तोलें, तो ये मैं समझता अस्वीकार्य स्थिति है। और इस बारे में मैं समझता हूँ कि एक संदेश जाए, संसद के माध्यम से संदेश जाए कि अमेरिका अगर इस प्रकार से अमेरिका की तरफ से भाषा बोली जाएगी तो हिंदुस्तान वो स्वीकार नहीं करेगा। क्या हमारी फौज, बार बार जो बोलते हैं, हमारी फौज का पराक्रम किसी देश के दबाव में या व्यापार के दबाव में हमारी देश के पराक्रम की फौज के पराक्रम को तोला नहीं जा सकता। और अमेरिका, ये वही अमेरिका है, 1971 में भी इसे अमेरिका ने कहा था इंदिरा जी को और हमारी देश की सरकार को कि आप बांग्लादेश के अंदर अपने फौजी मत भेजिए, हम अपना 7वां लड़ाकू बेड़ा ढाका में पहुंचा रहे हैं। और इंदिरा जी ने जवाब दिया था उस समय कि 20 दिन के बाद आपका जब तक 7वां लड़ाकू ढाका पहुंचेगा, 7वां लड़ाकू बेड़ा, आप ढाका में आपका स्वागत पाकिस्तान के फौजी नहीं, तिरंगे झंडे के नीचे हिंदुस्तान के फौजी करेंगे। ऐसे अमेरिका की ये हिमाकत कि आज पूरी दुनिया में ढिंडोरा पीट पीट के, क्योंकि हमारे देश की भावनाएं जुड़ी हैं, जो हर बात बयान देते हैं आज के दिन मीडिया, सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से पूरी दुनिया में एक एक बयान अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति का जाता है। तो इस बात को गंभीरता लेने की आवश्यकता है और यही हमारे नेता राहुल जी ने जो बात कही है वो इसी संदर्भ में कही।
राइट मिस्टर हुड्डा, मेरा आखिरी सवाल, बीजेपी का कहना ये है कि कांग्रेस जो है पाकिस्तान की भाषा बोल रहा है और हमारे जितने भी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस हैं उनके एफर्ट्स जो गए हैं इस ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में, उस एफर्ट्स को अंडरमाइन करने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
देखिए, बिल्कुल गलत। सबसे पहले सर्वप्रथम हमारे देश के पराक्रम पे हर हिंदुस्तानी को गर्व है। 140 करोड़ का देश हम नमन करते हैं और विशेष सत्र की मांग भी हम इसलिए कर रहे हैं। विशेष सत्र में पहला प्रस्ताव हम लेके आएंगे कि हिंदुस्तान की फौज दुनिया की सर्वश्रेष्ठ फौज है और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में जो पराक्रम दिखाया है वो अद्वितीय है। उसके उदाहरण दुनिया के अंदर दिए जाएंगे। इसीलिए हम देश की फौज का और देश के सशस्त्र बलों का हम आभार प्रस्ताव भी लेके आएंगे विशेष सत्र में। लेकिन उसके साथ साथ हमारा समर्थन
नहीं, ये तो नॉर्मल सेशन में भी तो हो सकता है और
मैं उसकी बताता हूं,
जुलाई 10 से शुरू हो जाएगा। तो
आप अगर हम अपने देश के इतिहास को देखें तो 1962 का जो युद्ध था
जी,
जब 1962 का युद्ध चल रहा था, युद्ध के बीचों बीच अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने मांग करी तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी के समक्ष कि एक विशेष सत्र बुलाया जाए। और आपको याद होगा 21 नवंबर को विशेष सत्र बुलाया गया 1962 में। 3 दिन सत्र चला और उस सत्र के 10 दिन के बाद सीज फायर उस युद्ध का हुआ और उस सत्र में खुले रूप से सरकार की आलोचना भी हुई। कहीं तैयारी की कमी रही हो, कहीं बहुत सी ऐसी चीज़ें विपक्ष के उस समय के सांसदों के माध्यम से रखी गई, क्योंकि हमारा देश लोकतंत्र है। लेकिन हमने एक जिम्मेदार विपक्ष की तरह जब तक ये ऑपरेशन चला तब तक सरकार को पूरा साथ और समर्थन दिया। कोई एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस भी नहीं करी। आपको याद होगा 26/11 में मुंबई में जब ऑपरेशन चल रहा था, उस समय भी तत्कालीन गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री पहुंचे थे, उन्होंने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी थी ऑपरेशन जब चल रहा था। लेकिन इस बार विपक्ष ने पूरा साथ इस सरकार का दिया, मगर हमारा साथ देश की फौज के साथ है। हम देश के तिरंगे के साथ खड़े हैं, हम देश की सशस्त्र बलों के साथ खड़े हैं। और जब देश पे संकट की घड़ी आई तो हम सरकार के साथ भी खड़े थे। लेकिन हम किसी दल के साथ नहीं खड़े हो सकते। दल में और देश में अंतर आपको समझना होगा। आज आने वाले समय में किस तरीके से पाकिस्तान को अलग थलग किया जाए, क्या हम कर पाए, यदि उसमें पूरी सफलता नहीं मिली तो क्या रणनीति बने, क्या कूटनीति बने, इस पे मंथन देश की संसद में नहीं होगा तो और कहाँ होगा। आप देख रहे हैं कि सरकार के नुमाइंदे तमाम दुनिया की अलग अलग देशों में, राजधानियों में कई इन मसलों पे अपनी बातें रख रहे हैं। जब वहाँ रख सकते हैं तो हमारे देश की खुद की राजधानी में और संसद में देशवासियों के सामने भी ये बातें रखी जाएं और आगे आने वाले समय की रणनीति बने, ताकि आतंकवाद दोबारा ना पनप पाए और आतंकवाद को शह देने वाला पाकिस्तान किसी का समर्थन दुनिया में दोबारा ना जुटा पाए। इन बातों को, इन लक्ष्यों को लेकर हम ये विशेष सत्र की मांग कर रहे हैं।
Right. Thank you, Mr. Huda, for joining us on NDTV. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Also joining me now is Nalin Kohli of the BJP. Mr. Kohli, you heard what the Congress MP had to say. He was one of those MPs who actually, has formulated this letter that was given to the PM today, that was actually written to the Prime Minister today, demanding a special session. He's saying that, we just want to pay tributes to the armed forces. This is not to ask questions of the armed forces, but this is to basically discuss what is the way forward. How do you respond to that?
They are nice sounding words, but do they mean it? I mean, let's really pick up what Deepinder ji said. हम देश के साथ हैं, दल के साथ नहीं. We are with the country, not a party. And look at what Congress leader after leader has said. For example, on Mr. Shashi Tharoor, which has led to Mr. Salman Khurshid saying, is it so difficult to be patriotic? I mean, if you are standing with the country, then what is the logic of running down people from your own party who are part of the all-party delegation, taking India's point of view across the world? So there is a great dichotomy, a great disparity between the words, the great lofty ideals that they are professing, and what seems to be the reality of what they speak on a daily basis. Point two, what is the India alliance? Is it an alliance that has ever concretized? Do they have an office, an identity, an election symbol,
a commonality of thought, a commonality of objectives, a commonality of what are they opposing even Prime Minister Modi and his government for? Have they contested elections together? No. They are political parties who decide to meet, and certainly they can meet, but they are only meeting over a cup of tea from time to time. Why should this presumption not be made that the Congress party is finding that its demands are not resonating, so they have decided to widen the scope and make it seem that the whole country wants a discussion.
Right.
The whole country
the
was
primary
with the
demand
government.
here is for a special session. When the government has actually walked that first step, gone a mile ahead, saying that we will send multi-party delegations, we will have all-party meetings after Pahalgam terror attack and also after Operation Sindoor. And what would be so problematic about a special session? This could also add to the fact that the government is trying to include all voices, isn't it?
Well, Vasudha, you asked the right question. That if you wish to pay tribute, do you need a special session? If somebody needs to do good, somebody needs to speak good, do they need to put a condition precedent to it that I will speak good only when I am in a special session of parliament? I mean, in fairness, let's look at all the questions that the Congress party and its top leadership has asked in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. I'm sure if you do an analysis of how it has carried on the media channels, one significant part of some of the statements would be in Pakistan. I mean, actually, the Pakistani establishment or the media has used the Congress party and its leaders' statements to sort of justify their narrative against India. Let's take again the Congress party and a little bit of history. Mr. Rahul Gandhi met the Chinese ambassador while Doklam was happening and the Chinese had intruded into India. It's the Congress party that has MOU or an understanding on an agreement with China and Turkey. The country is, without any government involvement, rising to the occasion and saying no tourism with Turkey, no trade with Turkey. And the Congress spokespersons were playing passing the mic when the question came to them, why have you got an office in Turkey? That's why I said very nice sounding, lofty ideals that have nothing to do with the conduct that we are seeing so far.
Kohli,
and if they really care for the armed forces, say it in the monsoon session of Parliament.
Operation Sindoor. In fact, they are saying that it's BJP leaders who are talking about Operation Sindoor in a way that it's being politicized. The TMC has also raised a similar allegation. Is that something that you think the BJP is doing?
Not at all. I think the TMC has much to worry about since elections are around the corner in Bengal. And on a daily basis, given the kind of news reports that are coming from there, the TMC has a different objective. It would be liking to divert attention. The Congress party's objective would be a little different. They would probably like to build on the narrative that they are building in terms of attacking or not believing the armed forces, attacking the government, which they've always done consistently. They did it after Balkot, they did it after the surgical strikes, they're doing it after Operation Sindoor. So at least we have to grant it to the Congress party. They are consistent in disbelieving the armed forces, even though they say we have great faith in the armed forces, we have great faith in our national flag, and we stand by the government in times of crisis. But they have consistently followed the same pattern. So I think this is a political exercise. It is really not borne by any core positive intent. If they really care about all these issues, they can certainly raise it under parliamentary rules while Parliament is in session.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Kohli, for joining us on NDTV. We also have Bhavya Narasimhamurthy of the Congress Party. We also have Sajjan Kumar, who's a political analyst. Bhavya, why does the Congress Party or the opposition parties, why do they need a special session to ask these questions? There are multiple sections which actually permit discussions on a variety of topics in the regular parliament session. The monsoon session is about to begin anytime soon in July, just less than a month to go for it. Why is this demand for special session of the parliament so important to your party?
When the attack happened in Pahalgam, there was a multi-party meeting that happened. Did Narendra Modi attend that meeting? No. After the ceasefire or during, I think, the whole Operation Sindoor, when the multi-party met, did Narendra Modi attend the multi-party meeting? No. Even right after Pahalgam, he came and he went to Bihar to address some rally. not even met the victims, right? This all of us know. The second question is, in the beginning, I still remember Narendra Modi making a statement that they have given complete autonomy to army to take the decision to go, after the terrorist, after the Pahalgam attack. But who announces the ceasefire? So the ceasefire decision is given to Trump. But the action to be taken, that decision was given to army. All of this happened, and at least 12 or 13 times, US president has said that, he brought trade and made both India and Pakistan agree to a ceasefire. Did Narendra Modi even make one statement against it and say, no, this was not the case? No, that is an American president. His voice matters at a global stage. What about the respect that our country, and what about the sacrifices of our Indian army or, Navy and Air Force? Don't you think he let us down? First thing. And now when we ask for a special session, even to give a tribute, what is wrong? Don't you think our army or our armed forces deserve a special tribute inside the temple of democracy? Yes, they do. Why are you so against a special session? They deserve a special session. And here, the MPs are the representatives of people. They have a duty. They have a duty. No. I have one more point to finish.
Yes.
They have a duty to ask the questions that are in the minds of the people because they have elected them.
Okay.
Narendra Modi has fear in addressing press conference. We agree.
Okay,
He's even scared of addressing parliament now.
MPs
He's
are
even scared of addressing parliament now. He can only speak
to ask the
about
questions that their electorate
in
wants to
rallies.
ask. What is wrong in this special session? But do you think that this is something that the government will think about, considering that it is actually saying that it's made this process very consultative, it's made this process democratic by sending out multi-party delegations, also convening these all-party meetings?
This is very paradoxical, because if you want to praise the valor of Indian armed forces, you should not do it grudgingly and with multiple if and buts. Do it. And there is no need for a special forum to pay you tribute. That can be done. To the demand for a special session, otherwise is fine. But the point here is that this very obsession with Modi should be clear that it's not a Modi versus Rahul Gandhi issue. It is a India versus Pakistan issue. Regarding the bizarre tweet by President Trump, there already have been official clarification that the ceasefire was bilateral. Similarly, there was also this all-party delegation, which has done a commendable job across the abroad, across the globe in various countries, and they have come back. And also within Congress, we see.
Okay, we've lost Sajjan. Bhavya, you wanted to say something?
I'm surprised he's even saying why the obsession with Modi. Who's the Prime Minister of this country? Who is answerable? Who has the highest power in this country? It's Narendra Modi.
To be fair to the Prime Minister, every time he addressed a public rally after Pahalgam, he has said that the country has spoken in a unified voice. The political class has been united.
Okay, the first thing is he needs to address the press first. We understand he's scared of press. Have you any of you, even NDTV, ever had an open press conference with Narendra Modi? No. Fine. He's scared of it, fine. But why is he even scared of facing parliament? That's his basic duty as an MP. As a Prime Minister of India, that is his utmost duty. Not traveling abroad,
I think a special session of the parliament, if it happens, could give us some answers with regard to that.
The way this BJP are saying that they don't need a special session, don't you think our armed forces deserve a tribute in the temple of democracy?
No, they just think that because the session is anyway going to get convened in the next 10 to 15 days. So anyway, we'll have to wait and see how this pans out. Thank you, but we are completely out of time. The opposition has stepped up its demand for a special session of the parliament over Operation Sindoor, even as government sources have made it clear that it won't review such demands under pressure as there's a lot at stake. My colleague Vishnu is here with me in the studio. Vishnu, what do we do today?
Well, a huge debate today. Kamal Hassan refuses to apologize. The Karnataka High Court pulls him up. This is about his words on Tamil and Kannada and the link over there. Huge controversy. We're going to be looking at that. We've also got a very special interview. I'm going to tell you about that in a few moments. Good evening. Welcome to Left, Right and Centre. In case you're watching the IPL match, forget it. Tune in right here. I'm Vishnu Shob. In a heated development, the Karnataka High Court has slammed Tamil cinema icon Kamal Hassan for refusing to apologize over his controversial remark that Kannada was born out of Tamil during a promotional event for his film Thug Life. The court, emphasizing that no citizen can hurt the sentiments of the masses, has urged Hassan to follow it by the example of C. Rajgopalachari, who apologized 75 years ago in a similar case. With pro-Kannada groups up in arms and the Karnataka Film Chamber banning the film's release, Kamal Hassan's stance could jeopardize Thug Life's prospects in the state. But he refuses to apologize for now. The Mumbai Municipal Corporation, meanwhile, this is our second topic, has joined India's growing boycott of Turkish products, cancelling a 64 lakh tender for robotic life buoys from Turkey amidst tensions over Ankara's support for Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. The decision follows widespread public and political backlash. The move aligns with nationwide actions, including retailers and e-commerce platforms like Myntra and Ajio pulling Turkish goods, reflecting strong nationalist sentiment. We'll be looking at that, and also later on the show, Dr. Brian Schmidt, the celebrated astrophysicist and 2011 Nobel laureate in physics, with us in a wonderful conversation, renowned for his groundbreaking discovery that the universe is expanding at an accelerating rate. Dr. Schmidt has reshaped our understanding of cosmology. His team's 2014 discovery of an iron-free star offered profound insights into the early universe. Join us as we dive into his Nobel-winning work, the impact of space missions including Chandrayaan 3, and the role of artificial intelligence, big data, and education in revolutionizing astronomy. The headlines at this stage. The Chief of Defence Staff, General Chauhan, on Operation Sindoor says losses are not important, outcomes are important. Professional military forces are not affected by losses. A horrific road rage case in Noida. A Thar SUV rams a man after a fight. Analyzing Ukraine's audacious drone attack, pre-strike imagery shows a huge deployment of bombers. Post-strike images are awaited. We'll tell you what that's all about. Meanwhile, Ukraine's security services is claiming it's damaged the foundations of the Kerch Bridge. In fact, that is our top story. Ukraine's security service is claiming that it's damaged the foundations of the Kerch Bridge linking Russia and Crimea just hours ago. Now the bridge, Ukraine claims to have damaged, is a key artery for Russian military supplies. This is very vivid footage of that attack itself. This is a critical bridge which connects Russia with Ukraine. It's been used in the conflict attacked by Ukraine in the past. As per Ukraine's security service, it's detonated 1,100 kilograms of 2,400 pounds of explosives on the seabed overnight, damaging the bridge's foundations in an operation that took several months to set up. The SVU, that's Ukrainian Special Services, added that it was the third Ukrainian strike on the bridge since February 2022, the beginning of the war. Meanwhile, Russian social media channels have reported that traffic across the Kerch Bridge was halted for a few hours earlier on. Russia, some footage indicates, was able to intercept some of the seaborne drones which were also coming in. But we're going to stay with the story of Russia and Ukraine. And what you're about to see now are high-resolution satellite imagery where Ukrainian drones struck a couple of days back on major Russian air bases. What we'll show you, and I'll explain the context, but the bases include Belaya, Ivanovo, Ukrainka, Olenia, and Ryazan Diaglievo Air Base. And stay with this for a moment. They show close-ups of bomber transport and airborne warning aircraft. What we're going to show you are pre-strike images, because the post-strike images, remember, the attacks by drones took place earlier on. But let's go back to that map. I wanted to just go back to that map for a moment. And this is actually the spread of the attacks themselves. This is the front line over here between Ukraine and Russia. But the strikes have gone all the way right to Ukrainka, right in the east, and Belaya Air Base over here. That's more than 4,000 kilometers away. So we'll give you more details about this. But As I said, it's pre-strike imagery, not post-strike, because there's a cloud cover. We are going to be getting that post-strike imagery at a certain stage. But why do I want to show you pre-strike imagery? Let me explain. Let's first bring up imagery of Belaya Air Base. So what we can actually see in this image of the 20th of May are these aircraft. These are Tu-160s. These are the frontline bombers of Russia, intercontinental bombers, nuclear-capable bombers. If you zoom in to this particular image over here, right, and you see all the black dots on the screen. Will you zoom in? All of the black dots over here, these are in fact tires which have been placed right on top of these bombers. Why? To try and ensure that drones do not hit them, and even if they do, then the impact of the blast is dissipated. In fact, they've done this everywhere, but as we now know, this effort has been entirely useless. Let's move to the next image, again of Belaya. And an interesting image is of how the Russians have had decoys painted into the surface. This is a decoy of a Tu-160, which has been painted in, but high-resolution satellite imagery from Maxar can clearly show that it is a decoy. But again, the point of showing these pre-strike imagery is that this is what was on the flight line. This is what took place once Ukraine struck. Remember, they infiltrated into Russia in trucks with wooden sheds. The wooden sheds had drones which flew off the trucks. They went into the air bases and they hit. Let's move to the other air base so that we get a better idea. We're talking now about Olenia, more than 2,000 kilometers to the north of that front line. Now, there's only one picture, which is a pre-strike image. That's the next picture of the 23rd of May. Again, Tu-22 bombers in this particular case. These are also one of the most important naval strike aircraft designed actually to take out American carrier battle groups, but also for ground attack purposes elsewhere if required. Zoom into the picture once again. And again, you'll see these curious black dots. So these are, as I mentioned, tires which have been placed on top to sort of dissipate the impact of drones if they do strike. Again, this was entirely unsuccessful. And that's a picture of the airbase. But if we move to the video, which we can now show you of the attack on Olenia, because that's what the Ukrainians did. Move to the next video, please. The next video actually shows you the attack on Olenia itself. Right, and that is just unbelievable footage. I've never seen anything like it. Ukrainian drones at that airbase a couple of days back, taking out what appear to be Tu-95 bombers. They are Tu-95 bombers. Now, the Ukrainians claim that they knocked out 40 Russian aircraft, but this imagery from Olenia, from this particular airbase, is absolutely staggering. And footage from the other bases hasn't yet come. And what we are waiting for, as I mentioned earlier on, is post-strike imagery to actually get a satellite image which will give you an idea of the number of aircraft which have gone down on the tarmac. Let's bring you the final image if we can. It's the final image is of Ivanovo, Ryazan and Ukrainka. Let's just take a look at these images over here. Again, these are painted onto the ground to act as a decoy. These are A-50 aircraft in Ivanovo. The A-50 is a major airborne warning and control system platform. The Russians have already been losing them in the war. If there were hits on A-50s as well, these would be a huge loss for the Russians in this particular war. But again, we'll have to wait to see what exactly has taken place as far as the Ukrainian attacks and the success on those attacks has taken place. Well, we're going to move on now to our big debate where we are looking, in fact, at the situation on Kamal Hassan on the Kannada language row, which has taken place. The Karnataka High Court has been very, very stern with what exactly he's had to say. Let's introduce my panelists at this stage. Dr. Sumant Raman with us, Bhaskar Rao, Deepak Thimaya, Harish Mohammad Ibrahim, and Kapil Sankla. I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. Mr. Sankla, let me go across to you first. Mr. Sankla, can you hear me?
You loud and clear. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Sankla, just in terms of going through what the Supreme Court has actually said, and let me just sort of read out a couple of quotes. The Supreme Court has been fairly direct with what exactly it feels. It says that as far as hurting public sentiments are concerned, you may be Kamal Hassan or anybody, you cannot hurt the sentiments of the masses. So how is the Supreme Court, or rather, how is the Karnataka High Court balanced Kamal Hassan's right to express himself with the right to be responsible?
Well, that's a hard-hitting question at the very start. So there are 3 points to it which are very important. One is an old saying that your right ends where my nose begins. So though you may have fundamental right of speech under Code 19(1)(a), but those are subject to reasonable restrictions, which include, not saying anything against the sovereignty, integrity of India, against public order, decency, morality, etc., etc. So if you make a statement that goes beyond the touchstone of what is right or what is wrong as far as your fundamental rights is concerned, you can be hauled out. That is one. Secondly, the Honorable Supreme Court in various judgments have said something to the effect that freedom of speech is the bulwark of democracy, but is not a license to wound. And this has been said in multifarious cases that we are seeing right now of politicians and BJP politicians saying something that they shouldn't and are being taken to task. The second part of it also is that you also have certain fundamental duties, though those are, more on the morality aspect, but that is something that weighs heavy on anybody who's a celebrity, anybody who's important, VIP, politician, influencer, anybody who can change people's hearts and minds. So that responsibility is there. And it is under Article 51A, which is your fundamental duty to not to say something that goes against the ideals of the institution, the national, integrity, etc. And the third part of it, which is equally important, if not more, is this, that today a lot of politicians, a lot of actors are trying to revise your history. And it is being done for their own personal ego, narrative, in fact, also to create confusion and strife. And that is called weaponizing narrative. And it is very important that we stop it at this stage, because we don't know what history would be, what a poor boy who's watching Kamal Hassan's movie is going to think. Because factually, historically, Kamal Hassan is wrong when he says that Kannada is being born out of Tamil. Because the fact is that both of these languages are sister languages, including Telugu, Malayalam, Tamil, Kannada, etc. So therefore, when he's factually wrong, he's historically incorrect, which basically means what he's trying to do is create strife to either make his movie a hit or to make his political, career a hit.
All right. Okay. Harish Mohammed Ibrahim, what Kamal Hassan has said, as I understand it, is, if I'm wrong, I'll apologize. If I'm not, I won't. This is my lifestyle. Please don't tamper with it. India is a democratic country, and I believe in law and justice. So he's adamant that he's not going to apologize. Is that something which the party that you support, the DMK, endorses?
No, more than what we support or not is secondary. And as a freedom of speech to every citizen is guaranteed, he has made a statement which is out of pure love towards Mr. Rajkumar, who have attended the function. And number two, if you have any point of discussion, if you have any point of retaliation, it has to be done in a democratic way rather than going ahead and making sure to adjourn his film or making all the kind of ramifications to go ahead and ban his film is not what the Article 17, which guaranteed to each and every citizen of this country to perform his business. And number three, if we want to go ahead with his statement, only it is a slip of the tongue, which is what I prefer, because it is all, as here the previous panelist said, all the Dravidian languages came from a Proto-Dravidian family, which includes Tulu, Kannadam, Malayalam, Telugu, and Tamil. Instead of saying that, he had a slip of tongue stating that it has been derived from Tamil. That is what the only thing, because even if we have to go by that matter, Tamil is the oldest classical language, which the carbon dating in Keeladi has been dating towards.
The Karnataka High Court, in fact, referred to the entire issue of slip of the tongue, and on the irreversibility of his statement, which the court seemed to suggest he needed to amend. The court said, and I quote, due to slip of tongue, anything can happen. Spoken words cannot be taken back, but it can be apologized. You cannot unscramble a scrambled egg. So it's all very well to have a slip of tongue, but then you can apologize, right? That was the suggestion of the court. That's something he's not done. Are you okay with that?
But Vishnu, his stand is very much clear. He has said that fact to make sure the brotherly love or the sisterly love towards the Kannada people, whom Mr. Sivaraj Kumar was part of that family. But it has been taken out of context and made sure to create a mole out of complete, out of proportion, to create an issue through the fringe elements in Kannada. Even the same kind of issues happened during his release of Vishwarupam film. But he took the legal battle to make sure the film released when Madam Jayalalitha
But respectfully,
was
Mr. Ibrahim, he's lost, in a sense, his legal battle, at least at the level of the Karnataka High Court.
No, even it is not the judiciary part to go ahead and touch someone's ego. Has to be tested through any means. They have to submit the facts. They have to go through the facts. What states
So
whether
you
it is in a
disagree with
linguist
that?
form.
You disagree with what the court said?
100%.
That's fine.
Totally.
That's your right. Let me go across to Bhaskar Rao, spokesperson of the BJP in Karnataka. On the entire issue of Kamal Hassan's expertise, again, the court had some important things to say. They asked him, are you a historian or are you a linguist? On what basis do you speak? Isn't that at the center of it all, that if you make remarks, you have to be accountable for what you say and you have to back up what you say with fact? It seems to suggest that he's not done that.
Kannada is a very, very old language, dating back to 530 BC in the Halbedi script. Either historically or linguistically, nowhere it has come out that it has emerged out of Tamil. Every language needs to be respected. Kamal Hassan may love his own mother tongue and his language, we have no issues. But running it down and saying that we have parented your language, etc., is being very arrogant and being ill-informed and also being very, very non-mindful and hurting the sentiment of a lot of people over there. And all that we ask in return for the kind of insult that he heaped on us is that, please apologize, we still love you. But when he says, I will not do that, and then he approaches the High Court of Karnataka to say that he needs protection, means what kind of a ultimate arrogance is this? See, in Karnataka, we have a saying that we are all bound by our Nela, Jala and Bhashe, that is our land, water and language over there. And it is the same. And all states have been divided on linguistic lines over there. And being in a responsible position, one should be mindful of what they utter. He's not some XYZ. He's an important person. And he's also admired in Karnataka. But by making such kind of statements, he has played a very cruel joke on the people of Karnataka and their sentiments. It should not have been done. All that we asked was an apology. And then you continue to say that, no, I am still right. I am not a historian. I am not a linguist. But I am going to talk like this. Please love your language, but don't try to denigrate others. Okay. These are things which they should try to bind the whole country, not divide the country. He has created an unnecessary, unwanted controversy. Now approaches the High Court of Karnataka asking for police protection. Is it not foolishness and stupidity? Does it not anger us after having been insulted? So you apologize. People have still respect for you over there. I withdraw.
All right, I get that. Deepak Themaya of the Congress Party. There are certain consequences of a statement as well. This was the Supreme Court. A public figure makes a public statement on a public forum, right? That a language is born out of another language. Where is the material to support it, right? And what has happened because of that statement is unrest and disharmony. What did the people of Karnataka ask for? An apology. That is the observation of the court. Again, it's the entire issue of responsibility. Do you believe that that Kamal Hassan, Mr. Themaya, was being irresponsible?
See, more than being irresponsible, I feel that I think that at a certain age, people should become more wise. I think in case of Mr. Kamal Hassan, that it's been the other way around. I'm very sorry to say this because I've also personally liked Mr. Kamal Hassan. If anybody else had said this, I think you could have ignored it or perhaps, laughed at it. But when somebody like Mr. Kamal Hassan says it, it becomes a very serious matter because we've also loved him for a long time and we thought that he respected Karnataka and Kannada. See, this has been there with Tamilians for a very long time, starting from the classical language issue also, where they fought that in a court of law, saying that just because they got the classical language status, that Karnataka shouldn't be given because Karnataka did not Kannada should not be given because Kannada was not eligible to be called a classical language. But ultimately it was fought, and today Kannada also has been given the status of a classical language. But here the most important thing is that it could have been a slip of the tongue, or it could have been you were joking, or he's saying, but particularly he says something like, your language is born out of Tamil. When he talks about your language to Mr. Shivaraj Kumar, he basically talks about Kannada, and it's implied. And even if he says that I didn't mean it, this is what I meant, and this is what I wanted to say, and this is how it should have been understood. But let me tell you, Mr. Kamal Hassan, when something like this happens, the best way to actually traverse this is to say sorry, because there are so many people who love you and they've been hurt because they did not want to hear something like that from you, because you're not somebody who is there to denigrate another language just to uphold the love for your own language. Here, because you wanted to show your prowess, or your control, or your hold on your language and the way you speak, and perhaps the way you love your language, you have to put down, basically, because even if you did not mean it, when it is implied, I think the best you should have done is to just say sorry. Why is it so difficult for people to say sorry when so many people have felt bad? Because Kannadigas have been fighting every day to tell the world that Kannada is not some sort of a second hand, or substandard, or what do you say, second rung language. So this is the only demand. Let him say it. Otherwise, let him just say that I don't care about Kannadigas. I don't want to show my movies, and Kannadigas need not love me at all. And I think there the matter would be settled.
Dr. Sumant Raman, what sense does it make for Kamal Hassan to have made these remarks? It's all very well to make them, but if there's been a public outcry, if people aren't happy with the remarks, how would it have hurt him to not have changed his remarks? I mean, why wouldn't he change his remarks?
Vishnu, I think basically Kamal Hassan was factually incorrect, and it would have been the easiest thing for him to apologize and bring the matter to a close. Having said that, I don't think it is justified to say that to threaten that a film cannot be released because of a remark that Kamal Hassan has made. Look, everybody who saw the context knows that there was no malice or any ill intention in the remark. He was talking about his friendship, and he said that he and Mr. Rajkumar's family are like the same family, and he was praising Shivraj Kumar there, and he was talking glowingly about everything else. So you just take one sentence in the whole thing out of context and then go on to make it a huge issue. Look, my point is clear. Should Kamal Hassan apologize? My personal opinion is yes. But having said that, if he does not apologize, to say that his movie will not be released and to issue a threat like that is again completely unacceptable. Look, anybody in Karnataka who disagrees with Kamal Hassan's statement, who strongly feels about it, is free to boycott the film. They don't need to go to the theaters to watch the film. And that would be a very, very powerful message to send to Mr. Kamal Hassan, because he is also the producer of the film, so it will actually hit him in his pocket. Instead of this, you say, and the state government's approach is very unfortunate. The state government's duty is to provide law and order and prevent, the issues like these from blowing up. Instead, you have them joining hands with people saying, no, we have to consider and supporting the people who are trying to stop the film from being released.
Sure.
And as far as the statements of the High Court are concerned, these are observations made in the court. We'll have to wait to see what actually figures in their order. Are they going to actually issue an order which bans the release of a film? Because that would be extremely strange if they did that, because this is a movie that has been certified by the censor board, and the matter should end there. And mind you, this is not just about Kamal Hassan. What about Mr. Mani Ratnam, who's the director of the film? What about the hundreds of actors and other artists who have participated in the film? The production team. You can't cause all of them damage just because you don't like somebody's statement. You don't like Mr. Kamal Hassan's statement, take him to court. Absolutely. You have every right to take Mr. Kamal Hassan to court, say that his statement has hurt you, and he should not have said it, he should apologize. All that is fine.
But don't ban the film is what you're saying, right?
On what grounds is the movie being banned?
All right, okay, let me just get a final question into Kapil Sankla. Does the matter in unless of course there's another legal challenge, does the matter in your mind rest over here? the High Court in Karnataka said, look, please apologize, just end this, be responsible, don't play with your ego or don't play to your ego, and he's refused. So the court, bound by the constitution, cannot force him to say something. They're bound to defend his freedom of speech, and yet they can disapprove of what he has said and point out his responsibilities. That's legally as far as this is likely to go, right?
You're absolutely right. But the state also has a right to ban a movie if it thinks that it is going to create a law and order situation.
Right.
So therefore, as far as what the courts are going to say is one thing, but the right of the state can also not be taken away. I think all the panelists together are voicing that it would have ended the matter should he have apologized and, taken the higher road here, because with greater responsibility, with greater reach comes greater responsibility and greater restraint. I hope that he can end the matter like this. Otherwise, the matter will go on. It will be in the court of the state government then.
All right. Well, thank you all very much for being with us. It would be a big disappointment for fans of Kamal Hassan not to be able to see this film in Karnataka, but he's pretty clear, it appears at this stage, that he's done nothing wrong. We'll leave it there. Thank you all very much for being with us. We're now going to move on to our next topic. India's actions against Turkey do continue to be taking place after Indigo and Air India and Celebi. It's now the Brain Mumbai Corporation in Mumbai which has decided not to go ahead with the purchase of items from a Turkish firm. The record number of people dropping out of visiting Turkey is also quite significant. India stands united in the fight against terror. Turkey, many would suggest in this country, is speaking terror by backing Pakistan, which it continues to arm. Let's take a look at this report before we start our discussion.
That love for Pakistan and its backed terror will come at a cost. There will be no business as usual with backers of terrorism. India has unleashed a series of economic strikes on Ankara as a payback for over 350 drones and tactical support it provided to Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. In the latest, Mumbai's civic body has scrapped its contract with Turkish firm for robotic lifebuoys for its beaches. This has come after the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security revoked clearance for Turkey's Celebi Aviation. Air India and Indigo moved to end their partnerships with Turkish Airlines. From Turkish chocolates to fashion labels, Indian shelves are going bare. Online platforms like Myntra and Ajio have removed labels like Cotton, Mavi, and LC Waikiki apparel, while FMCG distributors, which represent 4.5 lakh retailers, have declared a 2,000 crore rupee boycott on Turkish food and personal care products. Meanwhile, tourism has nosedived. Tour aggregator Make My Trip says for May 2025, cancellations in bookings to Turkey and Azerbaijan jumped by 250%. Ease My Trip, meanwhile, reported a 22% increase in cancellations for Turkey. Traders and customers across India are even boycotting fruits and dry fruits coming from Turkey. Basically, if it's Turkish, it's being phased out. Even academia isn't untouched. Student exchange programs with Turkish universities cancelled by IIT Bombay, JNU, Jamia and more. The impact has also reached the cultural space. The Confederation of All India Traders has appealed to Indian production houses to stop filming and stop promotional activities in Turkey.
With this, India asserts that this isn't about bans or bluster. It's about influence and intent. India is choosing who to engage with more carefully. And for countries engaging with India, whether diplomatically, economically or culturally, the message is subtle but firm. Mutual respect matters and choices have consequences. Parmeshwar Bava for NDTV World.
Well, joining us now, two Hinsina of the BJP, Ambassador Ashok Sajjanar and Wing Commander Anuma Acharya of the Congress Party. Thank you all very much for being with us. Wing Commander Acharya, does your party endorse the actions that India is taking against Turkish entities, Turkish firms in many cases?
I don't think, Vishnu, you should have any doubts. Whatever actions and decisions the country takes, The party is always with that because it is about Turkey helping Pakistan. So where is the doubt? Our party has never said that we are against government on such things. But only thing I would like to ask you, that India's foreign policy is no longer shaped by serious dialogues. It is completely derailed. That I would like to say, because Prime Minister Modi, we all know, has met more than 8 times to Erdogan, the Turkish Prime Minister, from November 2020, 2015 to 16, then in 17, 18, 19, 22, 8 to 9 times he has met. And therefore, I make this statement that our entire foreign policy is jinxed. It is just not working. And we have to remember that, why are we doing? I am not saying we are with the government in this issue because Turkey has helped Pakistan. It's very simple. It's very simple. But I do feel that our foreign policy is not in place.
So you feel that they should have taken this action or some action against Turkey earlier on?
My point here is, so many times, until last year, Prime Minister has been meeting Turkish President. Why could we not establish a kind of faith and a dialogue with Turkish people, and that they have gone and helped Pakistan? So we have to also take it globally. It is not that we should leave it like this. We have moved from strategic thinking to shallow theatrics on the global stage. We have to take this up. We have to take the world or talk to the world about it, that what Turkey has done and how we want, how we see it.
So but you see, I'll tell you what, Wing Commander, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. You say that our Prime Minister has been engaging Turkey for many, many years right now, and our Prime Minister has been meeting the Turkish leader Erdogan for many, many years, and that not enough has perhaps been done with them. But then how is it that Rahul Gandhi has also visited Turkey? I'm looking at an article which says that in 2017, Rahul Gandhi was in Turkey, right?
Thanks for telling me that Rahul Gandhi is the Prime Minister of India.
No, but still, if you are criticizing Turkey and you are criticizing the government for engaging Turkey as a member of a responsible political party, shouldn't it be incumbent upon you to also say that, no, I have problems with Turkey. Turkey has been helping Pakistan for a while now. Therefore, my leader should not be visiting Turkey?
Over the years, Vishnu, I have known you as a journalist who is very mature and who talks about the subject and with due sincerity.
No, I am being sincere about this. I'm just asking you a statement on the basis of what you said.
Where are you derailing it? I am saying meaningful conversations are gone. If my Prime Minister meets 10 times Turkish people, why there is no proper understanding and faith they could establish that Turkey has gone and helped Pakistan? That's what I am saying. It's very simple thing that we should have built up some kind of meaningful conversation and faith between the two countries.
All right, fair enough. But just as a matter of fact, Rahul Gandhi visited Turkey. I've got the fact now with me in 2016. Be that as it may.
How does it matter, Vishnu? Can you tell me?
I can tell you. If you are saying that our Prime Minister... Look, no, but ma'am, I will tell you how. You began your points, and it's entirely your right, by saying that how is it that a Prime Minister continues to meet the Turkish leader over and over again? I'm just asking, is it correct for your leader, Rahul Gandhi, to visit Turkey in 2016? Pakistan and Turkey have been allies for a long time before that. If the Congress party had so many objections to Turkey, then perhaps you should have done something earlier, not gone.
From the line one, my point is we have a failed foreign policy.
Okay.
Our foreign policy is not working. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. Okay, fair enough. Respond to that. Our foreign policy is not working, says the Congress party, in the context of Op Sindoor and after that. Right, go ahead. How would you respond?
Well, good evening, Vishnu. Good evening, everybody. I'm glad the Congress spokesperson has at least, taken a stand against Turkey because, when Jairam Ramesh and if you recall, when Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera were first asked about Turkey, they were fumbling. They were very jittery for some unknown reason. So I'm glad they've taken a stand against Turkey. Now, the point is an enemy's enemy. An enemy's friend is an enemy. And yes, we reached out to Turkey, but fact is, the head of the state in Turkey is a radicalized person, and he could not grow out of his radicalized mindset. But the punitive action which Turkey is going to witness in the next few months will probably make it realize that it needs to be more rational. It need not blindly go with a failed state like Pakistan. And already, I was going through some figures. Already in the month of May, cancellations have led to a $250 million loss for Turkey. Various contracts being, the apparel loss, would be somewhere to the tune of $81 million. The Apple imports lost to the tune of $60 million. So I think, Turkey will learn things the hard way. As far as India is concerned, India has a very robust, a very pragmatic foreign policy. In fact, 22 to 23 countries had condemned Pahalgam attacks. And even at this point of time, if you look at the success of our diplomatic mission, countries like Colombia, which had initially supported Pakistan, have now come around to see reason in India's stand. Germany has supported us completely. You need to realize Congress, perhaps it's been a long time since Congress was in power, so it does not understand diplomacy so well. But in a kinetic conflict, when a kinetic conflict is on today, in today's world, most countries refrain from taking an overt side. This has happened in the case of India itself, not taking an overt, stance either in favor of Russia or Ukraine. And most countries do it that way. But obviously, the Congress party is in a different world altogether.
All right, 2.5 seconds. Let me bring in Ambassador Sajjanar as well. Ambassador Sajjanar, it's all very well for us to be taking action against Turkey because they've been arming Pakistan. But we aren't really doing anything further as far as China is concerned. They are the biggest weapons armor. They are the biggest country which provides arms to Pakistan. We aren't doing anything with the United States either. Pakistan operates American F-16s. So, we are going after Turkey, but, we are picking quite clearly those we want to target because there are some countries which evidently we cannot target, right? That's the bottom line.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vishnu. No, I don't think that's the bottom line. I think these are countries with whom we've been having conversations, we've been having discussion, as far as you mentioned China, you mentioned the United States. Let me mention about China. We, when Galwan happened, when Doklam happened, in 2017, there was a face-off for more than 70 days. So, we are, looking them in the eye. When Galwan happened, for 4 years, more than that, 2020 till 2024 October, there was hardly any interaction at the highest level. So I think there are countries of the sort of China that we push back against. As far as the United States is concerned, it's a much broader relationship. And you cannot really pinpoint that if there is one issue, if Mr. Trump has said that, I have mediated, and we say that you have not mediated, and there are many other things. There are, we take it on with them and resolve it, but there are 10 other areas, whether it is trade, whether it is defense, whether it's energy, on which we are cooperating. Coming to Turkey, I think we need to be mindful of Turkey because the motivations of Turkey are very, very different from any of the other countries. Let me also make this correction, Vishnu. Prime Minister Modi has gone around the world. For instance, he's traveled to the US 10 times, UAE 7 times, Russia 7 times, etc., etc. How many times has he gone to Turkey? Once, in 2015. Not a single time for a bilateral visit. That was a G20 meeting for which he had gone. The relations between India and Turkey have been stressed, particularly on that score. And the reason for this is, whatever we might do, of course, we will punish Turkey. But what are Turkey's objectives? Turkey wants to become the caliph of the modern world. The caliphate that was abolished after the First World War in 1924, he is strutting around on the global stage as a caliph. And in that context, he needs the support of 200 million plus Muslims of Pakistan because he's challenging Saudi Arabia, he's challenging UAE, he's challenging Egypt. So, his intentions are quite different, and that is why he'll continue to support Pakistan come what may. I think let us face what are the motivations against which we have to deal. The point is that, there are people who are going from here, youngsters from India, including from Kashmir, who are brainwashed and they are sent back. I think those are the aspects that we need to be mindful about.
All right, we need to be clearly mindful, but I'm out of time on this. I'd like to thank you all very much for joining us. I'm going to take a short break. Coming up after that, perhaps the world's finest astrophysicist, the 2011 Nobel laureate, Dr. Brian Schmidt, in an exclusive interview right here on NDTV, Expanding Galaxies, the Indian space program. He has a lot to say. That's coming up after this short break.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heart.
Now, very special conversation. We are thrilled to welcome Dr. Brian Schmidt, the celebrated astrophysicist and 2011 Nobel laureate in physics. He's visiting Ashoka University. He's renowned for his groundbreaking discovery that the universe is expanding at an accelerating rate. Dr. Schmidt has reshaped our understanding of cosmology. His team's 2014 discovery of an iron-free star offered profound insights into the early universe. Join us as we dive into his Nobel-winning work, the impact of space missions, including our own Chandrayaan-3, and the role of AI, big data, and perhaps even education in revolutionizing astronomy. Thanks, Dr. Schmidt, very much for being with us. Now, what inspired your Nobel-winning research on the universe's accelerating expansion? How is that critical for our understanding of so much? In a sense, how has that shaped modern cosmology?
Yeah, so back in the 1990s, technology allowed us for the first time to look back billions upon billions of years into the past of the universe by looking at objects that were a long ways away, such that their light took, billions of years to reach us. And we were then able to essentially chart back how fast the universe expanded in the past, and essentially see that the universe, as a big surprise to us, was speeding up over time rather than slowing down. We expected gravity to pull the universe and slow it down over time, and it was doing something completely different. And so the easiest way to reconcile that was to invoke an idea that Einstein had in 1917, that the universe could be full of energy.
Yeah.
And this energy is everywhere, but it had to be 70% of the universe. And it means that the universe will grow faster and faster and eventually be so big that the things we see now, the galaxies we see now, they will all be so far away that they will disappear. So it kind of tells us, what the universe is made out of, but it also indicates that the universe has kind of a fizzle at the end. It doesn't It doesn't end in an interesting way. It just kind of fizzles.
In understanding a lot of what you are mentioning now, how has the Sky Mapper telescope project advanced our understanding of the cosmos? And telescope technology is so important. It's evolved over a period of decades. How is this absolutely critical in helping us get some of the data, some of the imagery, which has had a profound impact on your field?
Yeah, so one of the things that astronomers have brought to the world are digital cameras. And the digital cameras that we all use in our phones these days were invented for a mission to Jupiter. And so we're always pioneering, making the biggest digital cameras in the world. And after my observatory burned to the ground in 2003, we decided to build a telescope dedicated to mapping the entire southern sky that had not been mapped. And we chose the telescope so that it could locate the oldest stars in the Milky Way. So it turns out at the time of the Milky Way, the universe created hydrogen and helium and basically nothing else. And it turns out things like iron and oxygen actually change the color of stars. And so we could pick out stars that basically had the colors that you would expect from something made out of just hydrogen and helium. And so we're able to map out the entire Milky Way from the southern skies and find these needles in the haystack, including about 5 stars that have almost no elements beyond helium in them. They have tiny amounts. And quite an interesting surprise of things that's there, such that they would indicate that probably they were formed out of the remnants of a big, big star, maybe 50 or 100 times bigger than our own sun, that died as a black hole when the universe was maybe 13.5 billion years ago, so when it was really, really young. And only a little bit of material leaked out that formed the next generation of stars. And really interestingly, is some of those predictions are now being borne out by what we're seeing with the James Webb Space Telescope, that's actually able to look back 13.5 billion years directly to galaxies as they're forming, and it kind of beginning maybe to make sense.
Dr. Schmidt, while understanding and studying the galaxy and its expansion is absolutely fascinating, I think the common person would want to know whether your studies, your research has in any way helped us figure out where we came from, the basis of our existence, and whether there's any life out there. I don't know if your research necessarily links out to any of that, but I think that's what our viewers might want to know. Is there something more profound about ourselves which we can learn from your studies?
So my studies have really, I think, helped show just what a tiny little speck we are in the universe. I mean, there are literally trillions upon trillions upon trillions of stars, galaxies, and planets throughout the universe, and we're on one. Yet, from our vantage point here on Earth, we've been able to kind of realize the scale of the universe and what it's made out of and how it's behaving. In the process, we figure out, in understanding our little place in the universe, we kind of get the human story. How did the sun form? How did the Earth form? What are the future of our planet and the Milky Way and indeed the universe going to be? So I think that's just part of being human. But as I indicated, along the way, we kind of learned things about how to make better mobile phones and things for health, imaging devices, and all sorts of weird technology. And so it's kind of it's an interesting fact that doing research like I do helps actually create make a more prosperous world as well, in addition to kind of filling our hearts with wonder, which is an important part of what we do. We help motivate people to learn math, to go and do the hard work that underpins all the things we use in life.
Just to put this in perspective, again, for our viewers, from the Hubble telescope to the James Webb telescope, how do you quantify the improvement in resolution, in data? How would you explain the jump?
Yeah, so I think I'm going to even start from a telescope on the ground.
Sure.
So when we look up at a telescope on the ground, we can kind of see something that is roughly maybe a 3,000th of the size of the moon is about as good an image as you can get. And when you go to space, with the Hubble Space Telescope, you get a factor of roughly 10 to 20 better than that. And then the James Webb Space Telescope gives us another 4 on top of Hubble, but with an added bit. It also grabs 5 or 6 times more light, and it goes through and observes things in the infrared. So the infrared, I think people kind of know, is that part of the light that's beyond the red that we can see. And it's really important because when we're especially looking back to the beginning of the universe as it expands stretches the light. So light that's emitted by stars like our sun, by the time it gets to the Earth 13.5 billion years later, well, it's in the infrared. So Hubble was kind of blind in the infrared. James Webb sees the infrared really, really well. And of course, with this kind of much better resolution, factor 4, and then 4 times more light that it can collect by its much bigger mirror. So it really is a step change that I think will continue to give us interesting surprises in the next decade that it's around.
Dr. Schmidt, tell us a little bit about what you think about India's space program. We've had our own Chandrayaan-3 mission. We've got the Aditya mission, which is our mission to the sun as well. India's made a considerable amount of progress in terms of our satellites. Our satellite, which did orbit Mangalyaan across, orbits of Mars, was remarkable because the entire manufacture and mission cost less than a Hollywood film. Could you tell us about, your sense of where ISRO stands in engineering its satellites, and how does this potentially really help us in terms of our knowledge?
Yeah, so I think India has really carved out a great space program that has demonstrated it can work quickly and relatively cheaply to do things at the cutting edge. So the mission to Mars is a good example of something that I think really turned heads, because if you can go through and do things cheaper and faster, then you're going to win the race even against people who are spending 10 or 20 times what you're spending. So I think it's developed a real niche at that. And of course, along the way, when you're doing it that way, you're going to have some failures. And I know there's been concerns of failures, but I would look at Elon Musk and say, he's on like 8 or 9 in a row blowing up. So that's part of the deal. What it will give India the opportunity to do over the coming decades is go out and I think really ask some of the big questions about our solar system, about maybe the potential of things like life on Mars or other bits. But it also has translation to the local space industry, right? It allows them to more effectively and cheaply, quite frankly, build complicated missions that go down and look at Earth to maybe understand how to build have better crops or deal with climate change and things. So again, I think it's a program that really takes advantage of the Indian culture of being prepared to get out, do things quickly. And I think the one thing I encourage people is just accept the fact, by doing it this way, you have a huge advantage. There's going to be some failures along the way. That's part of the deal, and don't get too worried about them. There'll be a lot of successes along the way as well.
Professor Schmidt, we're going to have an Indian astronaut on the International Space Station in a couple of days from now. There's a huge sense of enthusiasm. And I think what's really happened as far as space is concerned and the Indian space research sector is that there is incredible enthusiasm among a large cohort of Indians because of ISRO. ISRO is seen to be an organization of achievers. They dream big, they dream massive. How would you reflect on all of this? The interest in India, on our astronaut going up, the second Indian astronaut and the first one in decades, and secondly on what ISRO brings in terms of inspiring young minds?
Yeah, so, India is, by getting astronauts up on the space station, is really being part of the global small group of nations that are up and able to work at this level. So that, I think, is symbolic, but also representative of the amazing capacity that India is building across the board, right? You just don't do space and nothing else. You have to build up a whole bunch of other things to be able to do these things. So I do think that the Indian Space Program Agency is part of the whole advance of India's capability. And so, again, it's very emblematic of achievement, of being up there, with the most advanced nations on the planet. But it also is underpinned by progress on everything from semiconductors to health, to making rockets, to making imaging equipment that feed into all sorts of other ways into the Indian economy and to Indian aspirations. So you got to motivate people, right? People want to be excited. They do things because they're excited. And the space program does a lot about that, but it also then feeds back these useful things as well. And so I think it's been very effective for that.
A final question. How is AI and big data transforming research in astronomy? Do they pose challenges, or is it just an incredible enabler for you in your work?
So right now I see AI as being an incredible enabler. I'm not worried about it replacing me anytime soon. What it allows me to do is to solve problems that I may have had to spend months or years doing, and I can go and I can get it to do things where I'm in control still and solve problems that I just wouldn't have been able to do without AI in the past. And so if we keep reminding ourselves that AI is a human tool to keep us empowered, and we ensure we get ourselves educated enough so that we don't use AI as a crutch, but rather as a way to make us superhuman, then I think we're going to find AI as a revolution. And certainly in astronomy, as I said, I can go through and calculate things that I would have spent a year doing, and now you can do it overnight, and it's just done. And the machine has done a whole bunch of work that I didn't really want to do. So I really think it's a huge opportunity, but I do remind your viewers, you got to get out in front of it. You got to learn how it works, and you got to use it, not have it use you.
All right, Professor Schmidt, wonderful to speak to you. Thank you very much, and it's great to have you in India and talk to us about space, the future, AI, your research, and the galaxies far, far away. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, great to be here. Thank you very much.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि एनडीए सरकार में हम अगले 10 साल में विकसित भारत के सपने को साकार करके रहेंगे। अटल से तो विकसित भारत की तस्वीर है। प्रेरणा और प्रगति जब एक साथ जुड़ते हैं तो एक नए युग की नींव पड़ती है। भारत माता
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong,
right.
And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Namaskar, India. India's Gaganyaan ready to go to space.
As Indian astronaut preps for launch, count.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. You're watching the News Night and I'm Deepti Sachdeva. Today we are talking of the trade winds because the trade winds are quite literally blowing, and somewhere, between the White House and the Raisina Hill, you also could have fireworks that may fly or history may be made. The India-US trade talks are heating up, and what a lot of insiders say now is that a breakthrough could actually come any moment. It could come sooner rather than later. But this isn't just a love fest. It is a lot of hard bargaining. It is strategic tussles and a lot of sharp elbows at the table. President Trump, who's back in the spotlight, remember, is calling out India's quote-unquote high tariffs. Yet, this is the same man, and you would recall this, who's known for literally tearing up deals and signing them with a grin. A disruptor? Absolutely. He's one. He's a disruptor, but also a deal maker, especially when you have 140 crore Indians who cannot be ignored. That is the might of the country. So will America stand with India as one or stand aside? It's a fascinating story, equally important. So we here on the News Night are decoding that with the best panel of experts joining us. We'll tell you what this deal is about, what this means, what is a China connection here, what is it that you must keep in mind as consumers, and a lot more. So without wasting time, let me introduce our panel of guests. First up, joining us on this edition of the News Night, we have Jayant Krishna, the former Group CEO, the UK India Business Council, joining us. We'll also, in fact, be joined by him in just a moment, but I'm told Matt Klink, who's a Republican political strategist, is with us. Matt, thank you so much for your time. And before I even put out our straight questions, we must tell our viewers that this is a story that possibly could get bigger in the next few days to the next few weeks. We've seen a lot of important meetings, a lot of important conversations. And Matt, with your permission, I want to put out our straight questions, as the format of the show is, for our viewers to help understand what we are talking about. The first important question, and that is about this deal. Now, MAGA or MIGA? Which really wins? Now, make America great again or make India great again? You've seen that entire narrative that has been pushed in by two very, very strong popular leaders. So which will triumph? This brings us to our second straight question. Can the US even ignore India's 1.4 billion market under Trump? It's a huge market, a huge potential, something that obviously economies across the world do realize. Is India a partner or a pawn when it comes to the US trade talks? We will find that out also during the course of this conversation. This brings us to our next fourth straight question, and I'm glad Matt is smiling when you ask him that question, Matt. I'm just going to come to you in a moment. How long can Trump really resist India's demographic and digital edge? Because that is also where a lot of the story changes. You're looking at new options coming in, China no longer a preferred choice. How could that encompass the entire trade deal conversation? And this brings us to our fifth and final straight question. Will Trump, ladies and gentlemen, yield to India like he did to China? There is a sweet deal he is now wanting to ink with China. Could that happen vis-a-vis India also? It's a pleasure also now to be joined by Jayant Krishna, the former Group CEO of the UK India Business Council. Jayant, thank you so much for your time. And I will take 30 seconds opening comments with both our guests before we take you through more details of what this deal is. What does this entail? What are the numbers, the big numbers we will be talking about? So, Matt, why don't you go first and tell me?
Sound is very low. Can you increase?
Okay, we will better that, Jayant. I hope my team has heard that. We'll better that audio level, Matt. You want to go first and tell me what will happen? What is your perspective on this big India-US deal?
Absolutely. First of all, thank you for having me.
So
I think that it was more than symbolic. It was an indication of the strong partnership that the United States has with India, that Prime Minister Modi joined Donald Trump in the Oval Office for that meeting a number of months ago. And as Donald Trump has said, for domestic consumption and for global consumption, that the trade deals that the U.S. has entered into in the past weren't good deals for America. They were good deals for other country. That being said, they also know that the Trump administration has also said that earlier countries negotiating with the U.S. are going to get a better deal. And I think that ultimately the fact that the Trump administration and the Modi administration are close to announcing a deal is indicative of something that both MAGA and MIGA can claim victory on, and that it will be a very good trade deal that will hopefully last for a long time. And I think that America is smart enough to realize that China has eaten our lunch through a series of bad trade deals, and they've stolen from us. So we need to, India is a reliable partner.
All right, I just want to give the next 30 seconds to Jan because it's an important story that we'll decode with numbers. Like I said, Jan, MAGA or MIGA? Because Matt says that this could be a fine balancing between both.
See, I mean, any negotiation, is a balancing act. And in today's world, I've always been saying countries do not necessarily get what they deserve. They get what they negotiate. And India is the relationship between US and India is quite strategic. And India is now too big a market, expanding Indian market that you have. US desperately wants greater market access to it. And that's the reason it has been saying that, on major, the import duty on major items which are of interest to US to be exported to India, or should go down. And also, as US is looking at alternate supply chains, beyond China. India is the most suitable destination for that. Huge diaspora. How do you address Chinese economic aggression? So all these things, I think, US has to give
Jan,
the lead.
we'll open the story layer by layer as the promises to our viewers, and I'm requesting both for you and Matt to be a little patient with me. As first, we'll put our numbers on the screens because these are numbers that will help you understand what this story is all about. When you look at the tale of contrast, remember here is India, on the other side you have US, you have China. Now if you look at what's written just behind US and China, you will realize that with US we have a trade surplus, but when you come down to China, which is the other elephant in the room, you're talking of this trade deficit. These are important terms, whether or not you hold a fancy for economics, but when you look at these data, these bar graphics on your screens, now green is obviously indicating a surplus to you. And if you go to the red bar there, you will see that that is the real deficit we are talking about. Now, trade surplus, if you look at the financial years 24-25, you will see this trade surplus has gone up. So that is the kind of trade that India has had with the US, which is a surplus, and that surplus has gone upwards. On the other side is China, where you have a trade deficit. This is something, again, that has been discussed and spoken about. And if you look at the both financial year 24-25, ladies and gentlemen, you will see those numbers on your screens. This deficit has also gone up, right from $85.07 billion to a $99.20 billion. And this will tell you where really India is also looking at to doing a lot more interesting things. But what about the growth? What about the growth options? We'll put that out also on our screens because these are again important data to help you understand that where is this import and export balance really going. We are talking the India-US trade and the growth on both sides, as in vis-a-vis both India and the US. If you look at this, now in the year 2024-25, India's exports to the US grew by 11.6%. Again, you see an upward trajectory. We'll get our next pointer here to help you understand that imports also increased by an equal amount of a 7.44%. And this is why you have a surplus, because both these indicators are, remember, in green. And that is why, Matt, when you will look at all these important data, there is a larger conversation about a Mission 500. What really is this Mission 500? I want to bring up quickly those details because this is the ambitious target that has been set by India. Now, this is the trade volume that India wants to have by the year 2030. But in case you're wondering what is our trade volume right now, I want to get in that number also on our screens, and that will explain to you what is this Mission 500, can it be achieved with two huge economies like both India and America. Now the 2023 numbers are at $190 billion. We want this to go up to 500, and do remember there is already a surplus. So Jayant, when you look at these numbers on your screens, is this workable? Can this happen? Does this benefit both the countries?
I think so. It's going to be a win-win for both the countries if we work out things which are equitable for both the nations. If you look at India today, it seeks relief from the 26% tariff, which was reciprocal tariff, which was levied on us on 2nd of February on the Liberation Day, and lot of Indian products which are exported to the US, right? A huge amount of expectation, exists, be it textiles, be it garments, be it leather goods, it, gems and jewelry, fertilizers, oil seeds, fruits, dry fruits, these kind of things, plastics. So I think, eventually, if the tariff of 26% remains there on these products, then Indian products will not be competitive there. Now, similarly, US also wants, has been exporting some products to India, and it has greater interest to, push that upwards. Some industrial products, automobiles, especially the electric vehicles, wines, petrochemicals, a lot of milk and dairy products, apples, other fruits, dry fruits, and even the genetically modified crops and seeds, So I think these are of prime interest for the US export to India, and therefore US has been trying that India lowers the import duty on these products so that it becomes, these products, US products become more competitive in India. So I think this is an ongoing negotiation, and it's going well. And I feel, I think it'll essentially be a win-win. The bilateral trade agreement discussions have been going on well, I'm told, and there is and at the end of the day, US can't keep on antagonizing all nations, in one go, right? I mean, its trade war with China is public knowledge, right? So how does the relationship eventually settle with India on tariff? I think it's anybody's guess,
Yes, that's a good point that you have made, but then this is Trump. Now, whether Trump is really want to be doing this or not, Matt, do you have an answer to this? You've seen what happened vis-a-vis China. Now, does this mean that India obviously is not just a favorable country when it comes to a lot of those trade, a lot of those numbers, but the point is that you need to be flexible. If Trump thinks about making America great again, India is also wanting to put its own interests first.
Yeah, of course. I think that any leader of a country who doesn't put his or her nation first is not going to hold that office for very long. And for Donald Trump, in negotiations with China, as you'll notice right now, China is not favored because, according to Trump, they have failed to adhere to the terms in the short term that they said that they were going to agree to. So, look, regarding the plan you outlined for a dramatically larger Indian trade with America, I think that so long as the terms of any trade deal are fair towards America, I mean, ideally, the perfect trade deal would be one where neither country has a trade surplus or a trade deficit. The goal is to get as close as possible. We produce things that India needs, and India produces things that we need. So I think that if we can strike good deals make for good friendships, and it is undeniable that America and India need to have a closer relationship as two of the world's largest democracies, especially with an increasingly aggressive China.
Nice. And Matt, I like the way you emphasized on deal, because yes, when it comes to Trump, it is not about deals, it's about tariffs. So that is the man talking business. Before I come back to both of these gentlemen, I want to look at key exports and imports, because that has also been discussed. So let me put those details now on our screens. Which really are the key exports, key imports when it comes to both US and India? What really are the products we are talking about? We'll put them out on our screens in just a moment to help you understand. As you look at the larger landscape also, now the key Indian exports to US in 2024, drug formulations and biologicals, extremely important. The pharma sector, very, very keen right now to see where this deal really goes. This brings us to a second important pointer as far as this is concerned, the telecom instruments. Again, very significant. You're talking of the chips, the hardware, and a lot of other details. Precious, semi-precious stones, all these are part of key exports as far as India and the US is concerned. Petroleum products, let's not forget them. Critical also when it comes to the growth engine of any country. Gold and other precious metals, all forming the part of the key Indian exports to the US. Ready-made garments, this essentially includes a lot of cotton, and that is why when you will see a trade deal being worked out, these products possibly could get affected. How will they get affected? I will tell you that also in just a moment. Let's bring up now the other big detail. This is about the exports to the US. In the same year, 24-25, products of iron and steel, again significant when it comes to the economy, when it comes to construction sector and a lot of other details. Crude oil, don't forget, crude oil, a lot really hinges also on crude oil. These are imports now, in fact, that we are talking about. So apart from the petroleum products, you're talking of coal, significant, and both Jayant and Matt would actually, agree that there is a substantial amount of trade when it comes to all these products. Cut and polished diamonds, again, they find an important place as far as this conversation between India and the US is concerned. Electric machinery, again, a next important point in terms of the hardware, in terms of a lot of other parts. Aircraft, spacecraft, and their parts, again, formed a major part of the US imports. Gold. Gold, again, has been a part of this entire conversation. And let me also quickly now tell you what happens when you will have a trade deal that is being struck. Clearly, you're looking at products that possibly could be covered under the deal, products that are not going to be covered under the deal, and what as a consumer, you the viewer, should be more concerned about. This is the impact on consumers, what may actually get cheaper. I'll begin from here. We are talking of fruits and nuts. We just spoke about them. The US dairy products like Danone, the American medical devices, all set to become cheaper in case you could be looking at a deal where possibly this could be a win-win scenario for both the countries. This will also include whiskey like Bourbon and Jack Daniels, and a lot of these high-end fashion brands possibly could also be looking at getting cheaper as far as this deal is concerned. This will now switch to also tell you more about what possibly could get expensive, because any deal will come with certain costs. What could actually get expensive? Don't forget, a lot of these global brands like Nike and Adidas are caught in the fallout because you have a lot of this coming in from Vietnam. Vietnam again has seen significant tariffs by the Trump administration. Electronics possibly could also get expensive in case you could be looking at this deal moving closer. The tech giant Apple already is facing a lot of pressure, and I'm not going into details because I'm sure you, the viewer, knows about this. A lot of imported vehicles and parts, again, possibly could feel the heat, and this is again where you could see their prices going up. Now, Jayant, in your opinion, when we are looking at how this story impacts today a consumer who's watching this broadcast in India or anywhere else, what would you tell them? Top 3 things that they should keep in mind, Jayant.
So, first of all, let me pick up a thread from what you said, the Apple, right? President Trump has said very, very clearly that, let Apple manufacturing shift from China and India to the US. And at best, he says, whatever Apple phones are for Indian market could be produced and manufactured in India. Rest of them have to happen in the US. But let me just go back a bit. Why did Apple, manufacturing go to China and then subsequently to India? Not because US loves China or loves India. It happened because it made business sense for Apple to manufacture them, at a cheaper rate. And so today, if Apple has to listen to President Trump and shift some of it back to the US, the manufacturing back to the US, it's not going to happen that seamlessly, no matter how much you protect through tariff and so on and so forth, because the competitive edge US has lost to manufacture them inexpensively in the US. So US has the technology, it has the IPR, and manufacturing is somebody else's core competence. So in international trade, it does not matter, absolute advantage is not, what is important. What is important is the relative advantage of nations. Ricardo's theory of comparative advantage of nations used to be there. Michael Porter has talked about from the Harvard Business School, which has talked about, the competitive advantage of companies, And so I think all these things have to be kept in mind. And I would think India has to keep, has to really think about, metal commodities to a large extent. That's very, very important because exports of these products to US makes a lot of sense. And if US has 26% duty, then the things wouldn't fly at all. Okay. The second, So I think there are a few categories like that which US has to be very, very, which have to be discussed very, very threadbare while the negotiations are on trade. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. And because Jayant hasn't spoken about China, I want Matt to deal with the China story here. Now, there is a reason why the China angle here, Matt, becomes very critical. Also because of the fact that China possibly is losing a lot of favor. You're looking at a lot of that market moving towards India in terms of product, in terms of services, and a lot of other leverage. So do you think that that particular deal that the US is wanting to strike with China could also enable India?
Absolutely. I think that, I'm not an expert on trade negotiations, but I do know a fair bit about American politics. Donald Trump's whole reason from a trade perspective, and by the way, he has been a strong supporter of tariffs for at least the last 20 years, is that America needs to make certain things domestically, if for no other reason than for economic security and national security. Case in point being pharmaceuticals, and obviously producing more energy domestically. I think that those two things are things that America is we need to move more pharmaceuticals back home, and we need to produce more here from a petroleum perspective. But looking at the rest of the world, the bottom line is, as China's middle class grows, it's becoming more expensive to produce things there. That's why production was moving, or manufacturing was moving to other countries, excuse me. So I think that India will benefit from some of this. But look, India is going to look at this, I would imagine, the same way. There are certain things that Prime Minister Modi realizes that India needs to produce inside the country because it's important to the domestic security and economic security in India. And I think that that's where the push and pull in these trade negotiations comes down to where rubber meets the road. So, look, Donald Trump is ultimately a deal maker. If we can strike a deal that net, he can claim victory, and Prime Minister Modi is not going to sign a bad deal just because it's a deal. They will find a way to both declare victory, how both countries will be better off from this deal, and ultimately China, because this is a zero-sum game, China will end up losing with a better America-India trade deal.
All right. I think these are very important and interesting points that have been raised by both Matt and Jayant. But I want to talk about one of the very important things that a lot of our viewers have been wanting us to discuss, and that is whether India needs America more or America needs India more. So I'm just going to put out some details to help you understand why we believe here on the News Night that it is America, ladies and gentlemen, that needs India more. Because look at the size we are talking of. 140 billion. Now we are talking of 1.4 billion people. That is the might of India. So 1.4 billion reasons India's massive market is too big. It is too big for the US to ignore. That has to be the first important reason. This brings us to our second important reason, the China check, something that Matt also just alluded towards. India is America's best bet right now to counterbalance China, and hence it is India that possibly does enjoy a lot of significant leverage when it comes to this deal. This brings us to our third important point, which is the factory shift, which we've been talking about, which a lot of you also are aware of, that as the supply chains move out of China, where do people go? They come to India. And this is where the story changes. This is again where India gets its heft. This brings us to our fourth important point, Jayant, and that is about the tech edge. The tech edge that a lot of people, they do realize, but they don't talk about it that often. The US innovation needs Indian scale, talent, and demand. Again, something that you could be looking at India delivering. Because I do not have much time, Jan, but can I give you the last 10 seconds to close your comments as you will be looking at this? 10 seconds.
if you look at the top 20 tech companies in Silicon Valley, right? I mean, 12 of them have CEOs of Indian origin, and they are the people who did their first degrees here. If you look at the artificial intelligence story, all the research and development that's happening in the US, on an average, 60 to 70% of the teams of software coders and other professionals are of Indian origin, So I think, both, to my mind, both the countries need each other. But I think US at this point of time can't do without India at all. That's my feeling,
Okay, Matt, you want to take 5 seconds? Only 5.
Absolutely. No, look, we're two strong democracies need each other, and we can both craft a solution where both countries win.
All right. Brief, but very, very succinct. I must say thank you to both Jayant and Matt for their time, for their perspective on this extremely important story. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's also time for us to get you Newsnight's parting shot. So when you have the world's biggest democracy and the world's biggest economy, and they are talking trade, it is more than tariffs. This is a global reset. With, remember, Trump's unpredictability that is back in play and India's leverage that continues to grow by the day, this deal isn't just about economics anymore. It is about who really shapes the next world order. Will it be a partnership or a power play? I think that is what will decide how the story will move. Trump could be the wild card, but we do know that India does enjoy a lot of leverage, and India's rising clout essentially will decide what happens. How will this deal be struck? The next handshake, in fact, is going to be very, very significant. As we request you to stay with us, follow the money, like they say, and watch the moves. Because the next handshake, ladies and gentlemen, could change everything for you, for me, and the world. Thank you for watching. Good night. News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
15 months after the Ram Mandir rose, the next big Pran Pratishtha. All eyes on the Ram Darbar, the 3-day Ram Rajya splendor. NDTV in the holy city of Ram to capture each moment live.
These are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it.
For every big news story,
you can't defend the indefensible Ruchira Kamboj, but that's what Pakistan has been doing for a very, very long time.
We're sifting through a lot of information. Some is right, some is not right. But I think we are
India tunes in to NDTV.
In fact, on NDTV, like we've been doing for the last few hours, we've been
for fast, clear, and credible news.
We've also been, busting a lot of misinformation that's been coming in.
When I was standing on the road, I saw these lights going off in the sky, and I could hear
where credibility
sounds of like
comes
what sound like
first.
blasts happening.
When Pakistan started shelling and first shell landed here, you can see this
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is
NDTV. First, fast, factual. More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates
Hello ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning to NDTV 24/7. I'm Priyanka Das and we're tracking the language row involving actor Kamal Hassan as well as the Ukraine blasting a key bridge in Russia and a whole lot more. But first up, a quick check of the headlines. In the Judge Cash Rao case, sources say no separate inquiry committee needed for Justice Verma's impeachment. No decision on motion in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha yet. Criminal action likely after impeachment. Tamil Nadu government seeks interim stay on Madras High Court order, saying VC appointments from Supreme Court. Actor Kamal Hassan refuses to apologize over comments on Kannada. Hassan starred a thug life not to release in Karnataka. Court says actor's ego speaking over apology refusal. Hema committee report on Mollywood's Me Too movement hits roadblock. Legal action based on proof dropped, citing silence of survivors is as a concern. A day after drone strikes, Ukraine ups the ante, blasts key Russia-Crimea bridge, nearly 1,100 kilograms of explosives used. The central government is preparing to initiate impeachment proceedings against Justice Verma, who is facing allegations of corruption after the discovery of a large amount of cash from his official residence in Delhi. Now, sources tell us that a separate inquiry committee will be required on this front and that a motion seeking his removal is likely to be brought in the upcoming monsoon session of the parliament. As well as criminal action is likely to follow after the impeachment. Let's listen in to some of the reactions coming in on this.
इसकी जो अभी तो पोजीशन है वो ये है कि एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपनी इन हाउस कमेटी बनाई थी, उनकी रिपोर्ट आ गई। वो रिपोर्ट राष्ट्रपति जी को सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस साहब ने भेज दी, प्रधानमंत्री जी को भेज दी। उसके बाद उस रिपोर्ट पे जो कार्रवाई है वो जो संविधान में प्रक्रिया दी हुई उसके तहत आगे होगी। अभी तो सत्र आएगा तब होगी, उससे पहले क्या होगा।
I'm joined by my colleague Akhilesh on the broadcast to get us more details on this development. Akhilesh, help us understand here. Of course, this is a case that has gotten a lot of national interest as well. What does this information that we're learning from our sources really indicate in terms of the impeachment process?
Well, the government sources are very clear that in the upcoming monsoon session, which is likely to begin in the 2nd or the 3rd week of July, the government will bring an impeachment motion to remove Justice Yashwant Verma from the office. And it's very important because a large amount of cash was recovered from his official residence. And after that, the Supreme Court had constituted a committee which had looked into all the allegations. And after the committee's report was submitted, that time the then Chief Justice of Supreme Court, he recommended to the President and also to the Prime Minister, saying that Justice Verma should be impeached. So on that recommendation and on the basis of the committee's report, the government is now going ahead with the impeachment motion, and Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Mr. Kiran Rijiju, will be seeking consultation with all the opposition parties, because remember, to pass an impeachment motion in both houses of Parliament, 2/3 majority is required. That means a consensus among all the political parties is necessary. So Parliamentary Affairs Minister will try to hold consultation and form a consensus as far as the impeachment motion is concerned. And today a series of meetings took place to check out the strategy for the impeachment motion. Law Minister met Home Minister Amit Shah, and after that Leader of the House JP Nadda had a meeting with Mr. Amit Shah, and Mr. Shah also had a meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And after that Mr. Nadda and Mr. Shah had a meeting with the Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar. So in all likelihood, the government will bring the impeachment motion in the upper house of Parliament in the upcoming monsoon session.
Right, Akhilesh. Thank you so much for getting us all those details. Of course, in the Judge Kash Rao case, with regards to the impeachment, we understand that the motion is likely to come up in the monsoon session of the Parliament, following which criminal action is likely to be taken against Justice Verma. Now turning our attention to Tamil Nadu, where the government has sought interim stay on the Madras High Court order staying the VC appointments from the Supreme Court. Now, the Tamil Nadu government had approached the Supreme Court challenging the Madras High Court's interim stay on the amendments to the VC appointments. Now, the High Court had held a UGC regulations of 2018 prevail via the doctrine of repugnancy, and the state has argued that the High Court stays amounts to final relief and violates settled constitutional law. Let's go across to my colleague Nupur Dogra, who is joining us on the phone line to get us more details. Nupur, help us understand here, how will this impact the VC appointments in Tamil Nadu going ahead?
Well, it is in fact a very big development when it comes to the appointment of vice chancellors in the universities of Tamil Nadu. The Tamil Nadu government has today filed a special leave petition in the Supreme Court against the High Court order, whereby it had granted a stay on the act that was brought in by the Tamil Nadu government to ensure the appointment of vice chancellors. Remember, this particular act was in fact deemed passed by a earlier Supreme Court order, whereby it had held that all the 12 bills which the governor has held back will now be deemed act. Remember, this judgment by the Supreme Court has in fact caused a huge controversy and debate over the powers of centre and states and the question of federalism. Now, on the same question of law, out of that question of law, this arises that the High Court has now ruled that that act was not valid and has stayed its operation. But now Tamil Nadu government has moved the Supreme Court. It has not only challenged this order of the High Court, but has also sought an interim stay on the order. So if the Supreme Court gives that interim stay, then it could mean that the appointment of the Vice Chancellor would go ahead, as the Tamil Nadu government has said that it will, if the High Court order is allowed to prevail, it will amount to wastage of 2 years.
Right, Nupur. Thank you so much for helping us decode this decision, where the Vice Chancellor appointment in the state of Tamil Nadu will undergo a change after the regulation that is come forth. Now to the big story from Kerala, not a single case of sexual harassment or misogyny in Malayalam cinema that was mentioned earlier in the HEMA committee report is going to be pursued legally. Now, this after a silence over the survivors has been cited as a concern. In fact, a special investigation team that was tasked with investigating and pursuing legal action regarding the 35 incidents of sexual harassment and misogyny that was also mentioned in the report have now decided to file a FAD or further action dropped reports in all of them. Now remember, the HEMA committee was appointed in 2017 and submitted its report to the government in 2019, but it was only on August 19, 2024 that a redacted version of the report was released. This after which a special investigation team was formed by the Kerala government. Let's listen in to some of these conversations also going ahead. Now, Kamal Hassan's movie Thug Life will not release in Karnataka as part of its worldwide launch on June 5th. This after the actor chose not to tender an apology for his statement over the Kannada is born out of Tamil comment. Now, the Karnataka High Court has suggested that the actor apologize and put an end to the controversy, but he has refused to do so. Now, the court has also said that, I'm quoting the court here, "You may be Kamal Hassan, but no citizen has a right to hurt the sentiments of masses. There are three things people are very emotional with, that's land, water and language." The High Court in fact has also emphasized that Kamal Hassan's ego is speaking as he has refused to apologize for his remarks. My colleague Deepak Bopana earlier spoke to the actor Ramya also regarding this issue. Let's listen.
There were various other observations that were made by court, but one pertinent aspect here is that the petitioner, that is Kamal Hassan, the advocates representing him, has said that the response that was sent to the film chamber is the final response, though that didn't have the word sorry or an official apology. What do you make of this?
You know, I really like the closing remark that was made by Justice Naga Prasanna, where he said, discretion is the best part of valor. And I think that's so true in this case. You know, sometimes it's better to be cautious and wise than to just rake up an unnecessary controversy. I did read Kamal sir's letter also. I do see the sincerity, you know, where he's talking about his love and, you know, where he says that, you know, no language is dominant than the other and every language is equal. But as the court pointed out, there was no word like apology or sorry or anything like that. You know, I feel like it's the easiest thing for Kamal sir, I mean, to just say, you know, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, but I was misunderstood and this is what I actually meant. I don't know why it wasn't there.
This is exactly what the film chamber also said. I spoke to the president. He said that we got the letter. The letter justifies his comments, but it does not, you know, he does not use the word sorry there. In court as well, the advocate argued that it was in all sincerity that he wrote this letter, his appreciation for Kannada and all that, but that's the final word. So now they've decided not to screen the movie. Do you feel that this was quite an extreme or a knee-jerk reaction of sorts?
I think, you know, perhaps what Kamal was trying to say through the letter is, listen, I was misunderstood in the first place. It's not what I meant. And therefore, I don't need to apologize. But it's very clear, Deepak, he said those words that Kannada was born out of Tamil, right? And that's a factually incorrect statement. So he could have easily said that I have made a factually incorrect statement, right? And anyway, as far as his film not releasing, I think that's a call that the chamber and I think he and his team will have to have, as the court also said, they should have a trilogue, dialogue together and figure it out. That's for them. But I sincerely feel like you're a man of such a big stature, right? And you know, if you feel like something that you've said may have hurt people's feelings, whether you believe in it or not, I think you should be able to, you know, just say, I'm sorry.
Now, politics over Operation Sindoor continues to take place. This time, leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has slammed Prime Minister Modi, making the Narendra Sarendra Jai, saying that Prime Minister stopped the military operations after the intervention of US President Donald Trump. I'm quoting here Mr. Gandhi, who said that Modi buckles under pressure and that Indira Gandhi didn't buckle under anyone, no superpower. Let's listen in to what Rahul Gandhi said, which has sparked a massive row.
उधर से ट्रंप ने एक इशारा किया
फोन उठाया, कहा मोदी जी क्या कर रहे हो? नरेंद्र सरेंडर, और जी हजूर करके नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ट्रंप के इशारे का पालन किया। 71 की लड़ाई में 7th फ्लीट आई थी, हथियार आए थे, एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर आया था। इंदिरा गांधी जी ने कहा मुझे कुछ जो करना है मैं करूंगी।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत ने पाकिस्तान के आतंक के आकाओं को मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया है, जिसके बारे में सलमान खुर्शीद से लेकर शशि थरूर से लेकर हर कांग्रेसी नेता भी कह रहा है और पाकिस्तान खुद प्रूफ दे रहा है। परंतु राहुल गांधी को इससे चिढ़ इसीलिए है क्योंकि राहुल को खुशी तभी महसूस होती है जब कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता आतंकवादी हाफिज सईद को हाफिज सईद जी बोलते हैं और 26/11 आतंकवादी हमले के बाद में कांग्रेस पार्टी पाकिस्तान के पर हमला करने के बजाय डॉजियर खेलती है।
Now, leaders of the India Alliance met in the capital to present a united front and press for a special session of Parliament to discuss the developments following the terror attack in Pahalgam, arguing that it has stood by the government and supported its efforts in engaging with the international community on India's position. Now, the government is not considering the opposition's demand for a special session of the Parliament on Operation Sindhu. Since the monsoon session will be held in July, sources tell us that there is no justification to hold a special session right away. Now, the government had earlier asserted that the opposition had already been informed of all the facts at the all-party meeting on Operation Sindhu. My colleague Aishwarya Jain also spoke to Rajiv Rai, who is the MP for the Samajwadi Party earlier on. Let's listen in.
Joining with me, Samajwadi Party MP Rajiv Rai, who has just come back to India after visiting multiple countries, and he was a part of the multi-party delegation. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. What was the outcome and how successful do you think that the entire multi-country visit was?
Our job was to go to different countries wherever we have been sent and expose Pakistan, how they are harboring terrorists, how they are sponsoring terrorism and how they are involved in the cross-border terrorism, which we did well.
This multi-party delegation that went was a correct decision of the government to isolate Pakistan?
See, we Samajwadi Party have been always standing with the government and army. If you recollect that surgical strike, Netaji was the first person to support army and government. When it comes to our national security, when it comes to our national pride, whatever decision government and army takes, we'll stand with them.
Lastly, sir, today India Bloc unitedly held a press conference and they have submitted a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. Akhilesh Yadav himself was the one who told the parliamentary party that the letter should be written for a special session of parliament. They demanded a special session of parliament. Do you agree with that and government should call?
Why they should not call? On their own they should have called, no? Why the elected representative have no right to know what is the truth? Where do we stand? And we may have to give some suggestion also. Where should we give? After all, we are elected representatives.
Will you be submitting report to the External Affairs Minister or going to meet Prime Minister?
We have not been asked to submit any report, but yes, Foreign Affairs Minister has called a debriefing meeting on 5th morning. Okay. We'll go there and see whatever we have had experience, we'll share with him.
Now, India's stance regarding boycotting Turkey continues. After terminating relations with several aerospace Turkish firms in the recent past, now the BMC scrapped a deal with a Turkish company after it emerged that there were vendors that were related directly to the Turkish company that I mentioned. Now all this after the Turkey backed Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack of April 22nd, and Turkey continues to lose out on Indian tourism, which ran into billions with lots of bookings, whether it was airlines and the hospitality industry being hit after India continued its boycotting stance with Turkey.
That love for Pakistan and its backed terror will come at a cost. There will be no business as usual with backers of terrorism. India has unleashed a series of economic strikes on Ankara as a payback for over 350 drones and tactical support it provided to Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. In the latest, Mumbai's civic body has scrapped its contract with Turkish firm for robotic lifebuoys for its beaches. This has come after the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security revoked clearance for Turkey's Çelebi Aviation. Air India and Indigo moved to end their partnerships with Turkish Airlines. From Turkish chocolates to fashion labels, Indian shelves are going bare. Online platforms like Myntra and Ajio have removed labels like Cotton, Mavi and LC Waikiki apparel, while FMCG distributors, which represent 4.5 lakh retailers, have declared a 2,000 crore rupee boycott on Turkish food and personal care products. Meanwhile, tourism has nosedived. Tour aggregator Make My Trip says for May 2025, cancellations in bookings to Turkey and Azerbaijan jumped by 250%. Ease My Trip, meanwhile, reported a 22% increase in cancellations for Turkey. Traders and customers across India are even boycotting fruits and dry fruits coming from Turkey. Basically, if it's Turkish, it's being phased out. Even academia isn't untouched. Student exchange programs with Turkish universities cancelled by IIT Bombay, JNU, Jamia and more. The impact has also reached the cultural space. The Confederation of All India Traders has appealed to Indian production houses to stop filming and stop promotional activities in Turkey. With this, India asserts that this isn't about bans or bluster. It's about influence and intent. India is choosing who to engage with more carefully. And for countries engaging with India, whether diplomatically, economically or culturally, the message is subtle but firm. Mutual respect matters and choices have consequences. Parmeshwar Bava for NDTV World.
Now tracking some more international stories where Ukraine's security service is now claiming that it has damaged the foundations of the Kerch bridge linking Russia and Crimea just hours ago. Now the bridge that Ukraine claims to have damaged is a key artery for the Russian military supplies and also was used in the conflict against Ukraine. Now, as per Ukraine's security service, it detonated 1,100 kilograms or 2,400 pounds of explosives on the seabed overnight, damaging the bridge's foundations in an operation that took several months to set up. Now, the SBO has added that it was the third Ukrainian strike on the bridge since February 2022, the beginning of the war. Meanwhile, Russian social media channels did not report that traffic across the Kerch bridge was halted for 3 hours early Tuesday morning, but reopened at 9 a.m. Even as India is moving steadily towards allowing satellite internet providers such as Elon Musk's Starlink to operate in the country, Communications Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia, in an exclusive conversation with NDTV, said that the telecom industry is company agnostic and customer centric in its approach. Scindia also highlighted that players such as OneWeb and Reliance already hold SATCOM licenses and Starlink is very close to receiving theirs, emphasizing that there is no duopoly in India's telecom sector. Listen in to an excerpt of the conversation.
Vodafone Idea is the third private player in the country. There is an argument for not turning the whole space into a duopoly. But on the other hand, it is taxpayers' money which will be used to bail out Vodafone if it needs to be further bailed out. Is there, in essence, an issue with two large players and a duopoly in your view?
Tamanna, I think you've been following me for a number of years. Prior to this, I was in another portfolio where this question came up all the time, and that was civil aviation. Civil aviation is not a duopoly, and neither is telecom a duopoly. We have 4 players in India. There are very few countries in the world, if you actually do a comp analysis of players across the world, there are very few countries that can boast of 4 players that have a national network in their countries. And India stands out as a country that has 4 players. That is the status today, and I believe that should be the status going forward as well, because my job is to make sure that the customers have choice.
What does Starlink bring to the table from an Indian telecom sector perspective? Of course, they want access to our markets. What's the benefit for the space?
Let me say this, that I am company agnostic, I am customer centric, just like in civil aviation or in the telecom service provider space or in the ISP space or the fixed wireless access space. My job is to ensure that I provide choice to the consumer. And India is ready for SATCOM service delivery. All players across the world are welcome as long as they comply with our regulations, they check the boxes and are ready to perform business in India. All are welcome in India. Satellite as a service has immense potential and immense need in a country, in any country, be it India or any other country across the world. And the reason for that is twofold. One, there are certain areas across the globe which cannot be provided telephony through either RAN, radio access network towers, or through OFC fiber being laid, or through broadband. In those hostile terrains, the only option is to give connectivity through satellite. And today, telephony and connectivity is not only a means of empowerment of communication, it's a means of empowerment of livelihood. And therefore, it is our fiduciary responsibility to be able to provide that. Second, in the times of natural calamity, and this has been proven again and again and again, satellite is the only recourse that humans have to be able to provide connectivity on a temporary basis. And therefore, in both those areas, satellite communications is extremely important. And we are eager to have that option in India for our customers as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Indian astronaut group captain Shubhanshu Shukla will have to wait longer for his launch into space. The liftoff to the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket has been pushed forward by 2 days. Now it is set to be liftoff on Tuesday, that's June 10th, 2025 at 5:52 p.m. Now, Group Captain Shukla is currently in the pre-launch mandatory quarantine at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida to assess his health, as well as he's healthy and fit to fly is what we're learning. Let's listen in to what Captain Shukla had to say.
I call upon every Bharatwasi to join us, participate, engage, and dream boldly about a future that is exciting. Our crew has chosen a special zero-gravity indicator for this mission, a swan. In Indian culture, the swan is the vehicle of goddess Saraswati, symbolizing wisdom, learning, and purity. It is said to have the rare ability to separate milk from water, a symbolism that is a powerful reminder of discernment in an age of distraction. To carry this symbol is to carry the essence of our mission: pursuit of knowledge, clarity of purpose, and grace under pressure.
The wait is getting longer for Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla to fly into space. Axiom Space has announced that Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla's flight has now been postponed to June 10th, a 2-day delay from the announced date of June 8th. This is the third delay for this Axiom Space mission. The earlier date announced was May 29th. It got pushed to June 8th, and now it has been pushed to June 10th. Human space flights are very tricky, and nobody wants to take a chance. I'm told the Falcon 9 rocket got delayed in its processing because of some weather conditions. So the final touches are being given to the Falcon 9 rocket, on which Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla is to fly to the International Space Station. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla will have to be in quarantine for another extra 2 days. I'm told he's healthy and fit, and now the flight for the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and the Crew Dragon is scheduled for Tuesday, June 10th at 5:52 p.m. India time. So another 2 days of quarantine for Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla. He is to fly to the International Space Station on a 14-day mission where he will conduct some scientific experiments and also experience the International Space Station for India to get ready for its Gaganyaan mission and the Bharatiya Antarik Station. In New Delhi, Pallav Bagla for NDTV.
Time for a short break. Lots more news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In the Judge Cash Rao case, sources say no separate inquiry committee needed for Justice Warmal's impeachment. Criminal action likely after impeachment. Tamil Nadu government seeks interim stay on Madras High Court order staying VC appointment from Supreme Court.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि एनडीए सरकार में हम अगले 10 साल में विकसित भारत के सपने को साकार करके रहेंगे। अटल से तो विकसित भारत की तस्वीर है। प्रेरणा और प्रगति जब एक साथ जुड़ते हैं तो एक नए युग की नींव पड़ती है। भारत माता की
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
Refusal. The Hema Committee report on Bollywood's Me Too movement hit a roadblock. Legal action based on probe dropped, citing silence of survivors as a major concern. A day after drone strikes, Ukraine ups the ante, blasts key Russia-Crimea bridge, nearly 1,100 kilograms of explosives used. Kamal Hassan's movie Thug Life will not release in Karnataka as part of its worldwide launch on June 5th. This after Kamal Hassan chose not to tender an apology for his statement that Kannada is born out of Tamil. Now the Karnataka High Court has suggested that the actor apologize and put an end to the controversy, but he's refused to do so. Now the court has said that you may be Kamal Hassan, but no citizen has a right to hurt the sentiments of masses. There are three things people are very emotional with. That's land, water and language. The High Court has highlighted that it was Kamal Hassan's ego speaking as he refused to apologize for his remarks. My colleagues also spoke to the actor Ramya regarding this whole row that's erupted. Listen in.
There were various other observations that were made by court, but one pertinent aspect here is that the petitioner, that is Kamal Hassan, the advocates representing him, has said that the response that was sent to the film chamber is the final response, though that didn't have the word sorry or an official apology. What do you make of this?
You know, I really like the closing remark that was made by Justice Naga Prasanna, where he said, discretion is the best part of valor. And I think that's so true in this case. You know, sometimes it's better to be cautious and wise than to just rake up an unnecessary controversy. I did read Kamal sir's letter also. I do see the sincerity, you know, where he's talking about his love and, you know, where he says that, you know, no language is dominant than the other and every language is equal. But as the court pointed out, there was no word like apology or sorry or anything like that. You know, I feel like it's the easiest thing for Kamal sir, I mean, to just say, you know, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, but I was misunderstood and this is what I actually meant. I don't know why it wasn't there.
This is exactly what the film chamber also said. I spoke to the president. He said that we got the letter. The letter justifies his comments, but it does not, you know, he does not use the word sorry there. In court as well, the advocate argued that it was in all sincerity that he wrote this letter, his appreciation for Kannada and all that, but that's the final word. So now they've decided not to screen the movie. Do you feel that this was quite an extreme or a knee-jerk reaction of sorts?
I think, you know, perhaps what Kamal was trying to say through the letter is, listen, I was misunderstood in the first place. It's not what I meant. And therefore, I don't need to apologize. But it's very clear, Deepak, he said those words that Kannada was born out of Tamil, right? And that's a factually incorrect statement. So he could have easily said that I have made a factually incorrect statement, right? And anyway, as far as his film not releasing, I think that's a call that the chamber and I think he and his team will have to have, as the court also said, they should have a trilogue, dialogue together and figure it out. That's for them. But I sincerely feel like you're a man of such a big stature, right? And you know, if you feel like something that you've said may have hurt people's feelings, whether you believe in it or not, I think you should be able to, you know, just say, I'm sorry.
The central government is preparing to initiate impeachment proceedings against Justice Verma, who is facing allegations of corruption after a discovery of a large amount of cash from his official residence in Delhi. Now, sources tell us that no separate inquiry committee will be required on this front and that a motion seeking his removal is likely to be brought up in the upcoming monsoon session of the parliament. And criminal action is likely after the impeachment as well. Here's what Arjun Meghwal had to say on the issue. Listen in.
इसकी जो अभी तो पोजीशन है वो ये है कि एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपनी इन हाउस कमेटी बनाई थी, उनकी रिपोर्ट आ गई। वो रिपोर्ट राष्ट्रपति जी को सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस साहब ने भेज दी, प्रधानमंत्री जी को भेज दी। उसके बाद उस रिपोर्ट पे जो कार्रवाई है वो जो संविधान में प्रक्रिया दी हुई उसके तहत आगे होगी। अभी तो सत्र आएगा तब होगी, उससे पहले क्या होगा?
Clear that in the upcoming monsoon session, which is likely to begin in the second or the third week of July, the government will bring an impeachment motion to remove Justice Yashwant Verma from the office, and it's very important because a large amount of cash was recovered from his official residence. And after that, the Supreme Court had constituted a committee which had looked into all the allegations, and after the committee's report was submitted, that time the then Chief Justice of Supreme Court, he recommended to the President and also to the Prime Minister, saying that Justice Verma should be impeached. So on that recommendation and on the basis of the committee's report, the government is now going ahead with the impeachment motion, and Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Mr. Kiran Rijiju, will be seeking consultation with all the opposition parties, because remember, to pass an impeachment motion in both houses of Parliament, 2/3 majority is required. That means a consensus among all the political parties is necessary. So Parliamentary Affairs Minister will try to hold consultation and form a consensus as far as the impeachment motion is concerned. And today a series of meetings took place to check out the strategy for the impeachment motion. Law Minister met Home Minister Amit Shah, and after that Leader of the House JP Nadda had a meeting with Mr. Amit Shah, and Mr. Shah also had a meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And after that, Mr. Nadda and Mr. Shah had a meeting with the Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar. So in all likelihood, the government will bring the impeachment motion in the upper house of Parliament in the upcoming monsoon session.
Now turning our focus to Tamil Nadu, where the government has sought interim stay on the Madras High Court order staying Vice Chancellor's appointments from the Supreme Court. Now the Tamil Nadu government had approached the Supreme Court challenging the Madras High Court's interim stay on amendments to VC appointments. The High Court had upheld the UGC regulations of 2018 to prevail via the doctrine of repugnancy. Now the state argues that the High Court stay amounts to final relief and violates settled constitutional law. My colleague Nupur Dogra decodes how this will impact appointment of Vice Chancellors in the state of Tamil Nadu. Listen in.
Very big development when it comes to the appointment of Vice Chancellors in the universities of Tamil Nadu. The Tamil Nadu government has today filed a special leave petition in the Supreme Court against the High Court order whereby it had granted a stay on the act that was brought in by the Tamil Nadu government to ensure the appointment of Vice Chancellors. Remember, this particular act was in fact deemed passed by a Supreme Court, earlier Supreme Court order, whereby it had held that all the 12 bills which the governor has held back will now be deemed act. Remember, this judgment by the Supreme Court has in fact caused a huge controversy and debate over the powers of centre and states and the question of federalism. Now, on the same question of law, out of that question of law, this arises that the High Court has now ruled that act was not valid and has stayed its operation. But now Tamil Nadu government has moved the Supreme Court. It has not only challenged this order of the High Court but has also sought an interim stay on the order. So if the Supreme Court gives that interim stay, then it could mean that the appointment of the Vice Chancellor would go ahead, as the Tamil Nadu government has said that it will, if the High Court order is allowed to prevail, it will amount to wastage of 2 years.
Now to the big story we're tracking from Kerala. Not a single case of the sexual harassment or misogyny that was reported in Malayalam cinema and mentioned in the HEMA committee report is going to be pursued legally towards a trial seeking conviction. Now the special investigation team that was tasked with investigating and pursuing legal action regarding the 35 incidents of sexual harassment and misogyny mentioned in the report has decided to file FAD of further action drop reports in all of them. The HEMA committee was appointed in 2017 and submitted its report to the government in 2019, but it was only on August 19, 2024 that a redacted version of that report was released, after which a special investigation team was formed by the Kerala government. Politics over Operation Sindoor continues, with leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi slamming Prime Minister Modi over the operations, making the jibe Narendra surrender jibe, saying that Prime Minister Modi had stopped the military operations after the intervention of US President Donald Trump. Quoting Mr. Gandhi here, Modi buckles under pressure and Indira Gandhi didn't buckle under anyone, not even in 1971. Let's listen in to what Rahul Gandhi said and the reactions coming in over his comments.
उधर से ट्रंप ने एक इशारा किया, फोन उठाया, कहा मोदी जी क्या कर रहे हो? नरेंद्र सरेंडर, और जी हजूर करके नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ट्रंप के इशारे का पालन किया। 71 की लड़ाई में 7th फ्लीट आई थी, हथियार आए थे, एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर आया था। इंदिरा गांधी जी ने कहा मुझे कुछ जो करना है मैं करूंगी।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत ने पाकिस्तान के आतंक के आकाओं को मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया है, जिसके बारे में सलमान खुर्शीद से लेकर शशि थरूर से लेकर हर कांग्रेसी नेता भी कह रहा है और पाकिस्तान खुद प्रूफ दे रहा है। परंतु राहुल गांधी को इससे चिढ़ इसीलिए है क्योंकि राहुल को खुशी तभी महसूस होती है जब कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता आतंकवादी हाफिज सईद को हाफिज सईद जी बोलते हैं और 26/11 आतंकवादी हमले के बाद में कांग्रेस पार्टी पाकिस्तान के पर हमला करने के बजाय डॉजियर खेलती है।
Now, leaders of the India Alliance met in the capital to present a united front and press for a special session of Parliament to discuss the developments following the terror attack of Pahalgam, arguing that it has stood by the government and supported its efforts in engaging with the international community on India's position. The government is not considering the opposition's demand for a special session of the Parliament on Operation Sindoor. Since the monsoon session will be held in July, sources say that there is no justification to hold a special session right away. The government had earlier asserted that the opposition had already been informed of all the facts at the all-party meeting on Operation Sindoor. My colleague Aishwarya Jain spoke to a host of MPs regarding this. Let's listen in.
With me, Samajwadi Party MP Rajiv Rai, who has just come back to India after visiting multiple countries, and he was a part of the multi-party delegation. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. What was the outcome and how successful do you think that the entire multi-country visit was?
Our job was to go to different countries wherever we have been sent and expose Pakistan, how they are harboring terrorists, how they are sponsoring terrorism, and how they are involved in the cross-border terrorism, which we did well.
This multi-party delegation that went was a correct decision of the government to isolate Pakistan?
See, we Samajwadi Party have been always standing with the government and army. If you recollect that surgical strike, Netaji was the first person to support army and government. When it comes to our national security, when it comes to our national pride, whatever decision government and army takes, we will stand with them.
Lastly, sir, today India Bloc unitedly held a press conference and they have submitted a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. Akhilesh Yadav himself was the one who told the parliamentary party that the letter should be written for a special session of parliament. They demanded a special session of parliament. Do you agree with that and government should call?
Why they should not call? On their own they should have called, no? Why the elected representative have no right to know what is the truth? Where do we stand? And we may have to give some suggestion also. Where should we give? After all, we are elected representatives.
Will you be submitting report to the External Affairs Minister or going to meet Prime Minister?
We have not been asked to submit any report, but yes, Foreign Affairs Minister has called a debriefing meeting on 5th morning. Okay. We'll go there and see whatever we have had experience, we'll share with him.
Pahalgam was not individual pains of the families who lost the near and dear ones. ये पूरे देश की सामूहिक पीड़ा थी. पूरा देश हम की भावना से सोच रहा था, वी, और उसके बाद ऑपरेशन सिंदूर. हम की भावना से सोचने के बावजूद कुछ चिंता के लक्षण हुए. तो प्रधानमंत्री जी से ये गुजारिश की गई है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी, इतिहास में ऐसे क्षण आते हैं जब आपके व्यक्ति को कोई चीज आहत करे ना करे, देश को आहत करता है. और जब देश आहत होता है तो संसद ही है, क्योंकि दलों के दायरे से ऊपर है.
16 to 17 parties, 16 parties have written a letter to the Prime Minister demanding, seeking, asking for a special session of Parliament.
Time for a short break. Lots more news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Namaskar, India. India's Gaganyaan ready to go to space.
As Indian astronaut preps for launch, countdown to Indian history in space. A nation waits with breath held.
Now take a breath and hold.
Our man in an astronaut squad. First step to India's own Gaganyaan. NDTV steps into historic orbit. Naya Bharat to infinity and beyond.
Liftoff of the Falcon 9.
India's cosmic leap.
News is not just headlines. It is what
Welcome back. You are watching NDTV 24/7. Now, India's economic strike against Turkey continues after Turkey backed Pakistan following the Pahalgam terror attack. Now, India has severed ties with the country, saying that business as usual cannot continue under the current circumstances. Even as the boycott continues, the BMC has now terminated a deal with an entity linked to Turkey. In fact, Turkey's airlines, hospitality firms have been hit hardest as India gives the country a escape and cancels earlier bookings. Here's a special report by my colleagues on the latest development. Take a look.
That love for Pakistan and its backed terror will come at a cost. There will be no business as usual with backers of terrorism. India has unleashed a series of economic strikes on Ankara as a payback for over 350 drones and tactical support it provided to Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. In the latest, Mumbai's civic body has scrapped its contract with Turkish firm for robotic lifebuoys for its beaches. This has come after the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security revoked clearance for Turkey's Çelebi Aviation. Air India and Indigo moved to end their partnerships with Turkish Airlines. From Turkish chocolates to fashion labels, Indian shelves are going bare. Online platforms like Myntra and Ajio have removed labels like Cotton, Mavi and LC Waikiki apparel, while FMCG distributors, which represent 4.5 lakh retailers, have declared a 2,000 crore rupee boycott on Turkish food and personal care products. Meanwhile, tourism has nosedived. Tour aggregator Make My Trip says for May 2025, cancellations in bookings to Turkey and Azerbaijan jumped by 250%. Ease My Trip, meanwhile, reported a 22% increase in cancellations for Turkey. Traders and customers across India are even boycotting fruits and dry fruits coming from Turkey. Basically, if it's Turkish, it's being phased out. Even academia isn't untouched. Student exchange programs with Turkish universities cancelled by IIT Bombay, JNU, Jamia and more. The impact has also reached the cultural space. The Confederation of All India Traders has appealed to Indian production houses to stop filming and stop promotional activities in Turkey.
With this, India asserts that this isn't about bans or bluster. It's about influence and intent. India is choosing who to engage with more carefully. And for countries engaging with India, whether diplomatically, economically or culturally, the message is subtle but firm. Mutual respect matters and choices have consequences. Parmeshwar Bava for NDTV World.
Now, tracking some of the international stories, Ukraine's security service is claiming that it has damaged the foundations of the Kerch bridge that links Russia and Crimea just hours ago. Now, the bridge that Ukraine claims to have damaged is a key artery for Russian military supplies and was also being used in the conflict against Ukraine. As per Ukraine's security service, it detonated 1,100 kilograms of explosives on the seabed overnight, damaging the bridge's foundations in an operation that took several months to set up. Now, the SBU added that it was the third Ukrainian strike on the bridge since February 2022. since the beginning of the war. Meanwhile, the Russian social media channels have been reported the traffic across the Kerch Bridge that was halted for 3 hours early Tuesday morning but reopened at 9 a.m. Even as India is moving steadily towards allowing satellite internet providers such as Elon Musk's Starlink to operate in the country, Communications Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia, in an exclusive conversation with NDTV Profit, said that the Telecom Ministry is company agnostic and customer-centric in its approach. Scindia also highlighted that players such as OneWeb and Reliance already hold SATCOM licenses and Starlink is very close to receiving theirs, emphasizing that there is no duopoly in India's telecom sector. Listen in to an excerpt from the conversation.
Vodafone Idea is the third private player in the country. There is an argument for not turning the whole space into a duopoly. But on the other hand, it is taxpayers' money which will be used to bail out Vodafone if it needs to be further bailed out. Is there, in essence, an issue with two large players and a duopoly in your view?
Tamanna, I think you've been following me for a number of years. Prior to this, I was in another portfolio where this question came up all the time, and that was civil aviation. Civil aviation is not a duopoly, and neither is telecom a duopoly. We have 4 players in India. There are very few countries in the world, if you actually do a comp analysis of players across the world, there are very few countries that can boast of 4 players that have a national network in their countries. And India stands out as a country that has 4 players. That is the status today, and I believe that should be the status going forward as well, because my job is to make sure that the customers have choice.
What does Starlink bring to the table from an Indian telecom sector perspective? Of course, they want access to our markets. What's the benefit for the space?
Let me say this, that I am company agnostic, I am customer centric, just like in civil aviation or in the telecom service provider space or in the ISP space or the fixed wireless access space. My job is to ensure that I provide choice to the consumer. And India is ready for SATCOM service delivery. All players across the world are welcome as long as they comply with our regulations, they check the boxes and are ready to perform business in India. All are welcome in India. Satellite as a service has immense potential and immense need in a country, in any country, be it India or any other country across the world. And the reason for that is twofold. One, there are certain areas across the globe which cannot be provided telephony through either RAN, radio access network.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the big moment in IPL history. IPL finally has a new champion, and their name is Royal Challengers Bengaluru. RCB has clinched their maiden IPL title. This is the 18th season, the number 18 for Royal Challengers Bangalore, the season number 18 for Royal Challengers Bangalore. Virat Kohli, the man who wears number 18, he has finally landed his first ever IPL trophy. Virat Kohli has finally got the last trophy that he never won. In fact, these are the scenes that you can see from outside the Narendra Modi Stadium. People celebrating, people who have waited for 18 long years, people who have believed in the Royal Challengers Bengaluru team, people who have believed in Virat Kohli, and people who always supported the men in red. People who always believed in the men in red. Royal Challengers Bengaluru, they had reached the finals 3 times before this, but this time it was different. Royal Challengers Bengaluru have finally done it. They have clinched their maiden IPL title. The fireworks are going off. Virat Kohli is celebrating. Shreyas Iyer is basically disheartened. And why not? He has led his team in a superb manner. The man of the moment, Krunal Pandya, and what a performance it was from him. He was the one who changed the course of this game. Virat Kohli celebrating, Krunal Pandya celebrating, AB de Villiers, who has been an integral part of Bengaluru team for such a long time, celebrating with the team. Look at the relief on the face of Virat Kohli. He knows what he has done. He knows what Bengaluru has done. They have finally made it. They have reached the pinnacle of the summit of the IPL. They have done it for the very, very first time. RCB has lifted the cup after 18 years. So, ladies and gentlemen, cricket fans, this is the night that will forever be etched in the memories of all the Royal Challengers Bengaluru team. Everyone who has supported this team and backed them for years after years and years, they are in for a night of celebration. Begun. RCB have beaten Punjab Kings to lift their first ever IPL trophy. This is the biggest moment in the lives of people like Virat Kohli, people like Rajat Patidar, and what an incredible run he has had in this tournament. Captain for the very first time, surrounded by superstars. There would have been so many egos and so many big personalities that he had to manage, and what he did was absolutely incredible. Management is something that Virat Kohli, that Rajat Patidar, I beg your pardon, has done in the best manner itself. This is Bengaluru's day. IPL has finally got a new champion, and they are the Royal Challengers Bengaluru. In fact, let's take a look at how the innings of Bengaluru unfolded in that match.
Two teams gunning for their maiden title take the centre stage one last time in the IPL 2025. Intentions clear. Get Bengaluru to a fiery start. Phil Salt taking on the left-arm pacer.
He does, and he plays it beautifully.
But Jamieson tricked Salt, and Shreyas Iyer kept his focus to get the big hitter.
Shreyas Iyer takes the catch.
Mayank Agarwal was locked in, but hold out to the boundary. Yuzi Chahal's extra bounce does the trick. Captain Rajat Patidar tried to up the ante, but a toe crusher from Jamieson, and Patidar fails to keep his balance. And then King Kohli, after playing a cautious knock, failed to capitalize. Bengaluru in a bit of bother.
And it's a good catch.
Jitesh Sharma looked to continue from where he left off. But both the power hitters sent back to the dugout, RCB failing to accelerate when needed, in danger of falling apart.
Not this time.
A late acceleration by the power hitter Romario Shepherd took Bengaluru to 190. But were RCB 20 runs short?
Can he finish well? I don't think he can. It's straight up in the air to the fielder.
A very, very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone settle in, because the wait is finally over. The Bengaluru faithful who have dreamt, cheered and believed through thick and thin, they can finally exhale. The stars have aligned. The Narendra Modi Stadium, it is still buzzing, and the Isala Cup Namde chant has finally, truly become a reality. Tonight, Bengaluru will celebrate the redemption, the brilliance and the sheer exhilaration of the Bangalore team, who have seized their destiny and claimed the ultimate glory. Welcome to the $1 billion league, and let the celebrations begin. In fact, take a look at how the Bangalore innings unfolded.
two teams gunning for their maiden title take the center stage one last time in the IPL 2025. Intentions clear. Get Bengaluru to a fiery start. Phil Salt taking on the left-arm pacer.
He does, and he plays it beautifully.
But Jamieson tricked Salt and Shreyas Iyer kept his focus to get the big hitter.
Shreyas Iyer takes the catch.
Mayank Agarwal was locked in, but hold out to the boundary. Yuzi Chahal's extra bounce does the trick. Captain Rajat Patidar tried to up the ante, but a toe crusher from Jamieson and Patidar fails to keep his balance.
And the batter's walking.
And then King Kohli, after playing a cautious knock, failed to capitalize. Bengaluru in a bit of bother.
And it's a good catch.
Jitesh Sharma looked to continue from where he left off. But both the power hitters sent back to the dugout. RCB failing to accelerate when needed, in danger of falling apart.
Not this time, not this time.
A late acceleration by the power hitter Romario Shepherd took Bengaluru to 190. But were RCB 20 runs short?
Can he finish well? I don't think he can. It's straight up in the air to the fielder.
The duo of Priyansh Arya and Prabsimran Singh started fearlessly, with both taking on the Bengaluru bowlers from the get-go. A huge miss by Bengaluru as Romario Shepherd dropped one off Hazelwood. The ball teasing the big West Indian as it pops out of his palm. A moment of magic from Phil Salt as Bengaluru get the breakthrough they were desperately seeking.
He's taken it.
Krunal Pandya brought back RCB into the game. Pressure getting the better of Prabsimran Singh. Romario Shepherd redeemed himself as he got the big wicket. Captain Shreyas Iyer back in the hut. Joss English looked at his devastating best in the middle. But Krunal Pandya, with a performance of a lifetime, put Bengaluru in the driver's seat. Joss English back in the hut. Shashank Singh kept the hopes alive for Punjab. But he was running short of partners. The moment finally arrived for Bengaluru. An 18-year-long wait ended as RCB won their maiden title.
It's taken them 18 years. This is the only franchise he's played for. And you can see the teammates, they're all jumping on top of him.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the congratulations are pouring in, and the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, he has posted on his social media saying congratulations to the Royal Challengers Bengaluru on a historic IPL triumph. The dream has finally come true. Isala Cup Namde. From electrifying performance to unshakable spirit, this triumph, it has ignited the pride of Karnataka and thrilled fans across the world, is what the Chief Minister of Karnataka has just posted on his social media. In fact, what is the atmosphere like outside the Ahmedabad, the stadium, Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad? Let me go across to my colleague Anuj Raite. Anuj, take us through what is taking place outside the stadium there.
June 3 is going to be a very historic day as far as Indian cricket is concerned. As you can see around me, people here, lakhs of people here who had come to watch this game have erupted with joy, and they've been dancing. They came dancing their way out of the Narendra Modi Stadium. The horrors of 2023 have already been forgotten or have already become a thing of past as far as Virat Kohli is concerned. There are a lot of fans who are present here at the moment, who are celebrating. I've also got a small kid. Tell me, RCB has won. Was this your first final that you watched? RCB जीत के आपको कैसे लग रहा है?
अच्छा लग रहा है. इस साल कप नाम दे.
आपका कप मिल गया. विराट कोहली के लिए कितना अच्छा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है.
You see, there is a lot of celebration going around this entire arena, right? This area outside the Narendra Modi Stadium is huge, and a huge number of people were standing outside as they were standing inside the stadium as well, all throughout the course of this game. It became very clear that the game would be, a cliffhanger after a point of time. But then in the last few, overs, it became fairly clear that RCB was cruising through its way. RCB has finally won after 18 years. As an RCB fan, how does it feel at the moment? अभी कैसा लग रहा है आपको इस फिलहाल?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. एकदम माहौल ऐसा हो गया है. बहुत
बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है हमको।
यहाँ पे हम देख सकते हैं कि बहुत सारे आरसीबी के फैंस अभी भी बाहर आ रहे हैं, हर कोई नाच रहा है, गा रहा है। तो क्या सेलिब्रेशन होगा आज रात को?
सबसे बड़ा आरसीबी का फैन है
होगा और मजा आ गया डरमा कप लेके आरसीबी।
बताइए कि
ये सबसे बड़ा फैन है आरसीबी का।
किसने आज सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट प्ले किया आरसीबी के जीत के लिए?
कुणाल पांड्या
और कोहली ने बेट्स काम तो बैट।
Yes.
Narendra Modi Stadium, the atmosphere is electric. All the Bengaluru fans, they are celebrating outside the stadium, and this entire celebration, it is going to go late into the night. It's not just people from people outside that stadium who are going to be celebrating. The entire Bengaluru city is going to be celebrating. Although there's not going to be much celebration in Punjab, where Gurpreet Singh Chinna is and Gurpreet, what is the atmosphere like? And you obviously have to feel for these people. They have supported their team and they have actually played really, really well. It's just the heartbreak, and it's part and parcel of the game, isn't it?
Well, yes, of course, what we have learned, the performance of our Punjab team was also much better, but they were not able to win this match. We have seen a huge number of fans. They were sitting inside this cafe, but they have just left this cafe immediately when Bengaluru team was able to win this match. But one of our very strong supporter of Punjab team, he is with us. We will talk to him. तो कैसे देख रहे हैं? How was the performance of Punjab? Has done well, but they were not able to get the final victory in this match.
But it's really a very exciting match. Otherwise, पंजाब ने बहुत अच्छा खेला और लास्ट तक मैच को लेके गए और सिर्फ 6 रन से हारे. We are sad, but ये है कि it was really emotional moments जब हमने विराट कोहली को जब he was so emotional, तो वो पहली बार ट्रॉफी जीती है, तो वो भी हमारे लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है, क्योंकि है तो हमारी इंडियन टीम के प्लेयर्स ही. तो बट ओवरऑल जो ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग मैच था, हमें मज़ा आया. बट हमारे फैन जो चाय चौका कैफे में आए हुए थे, वो कहीं ना कहीं थोड़े सैड हुए जब लास्ट 3 ओवर्स में पता लगा कि अब
बार कह रहे थे कि पंजाबी आगे हुए, पर कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कोई डिसअपॉइंटमेंट हुई.
नो पंजाबियों ने देखो गेम में तो पूरी जान रखी है, लास्ट ओवर तक जान डाली है उन्होंने, बट कहीं ना कहीं तो हार जीत तो होती है. चलो
the entire Punjab team and the entire contingent, they have done tremendously well. They reached the final in style, and they had it was an off day for Shreyas Iyer and his team, but you have to give credit to the Bengaluru team and how they have played. In fact, I'm currently joined by Atul Vasan, former India cricketer, and Rakesh Rao. Atul bhai, Virat Kohli, you could see the emotions on his face, and it's very seldom that you see him so emotional, crying, hugging Anushka there. It was absolutely heartening to see all of that.
Yeah, you can see that he was waiting to exhale, and I think you can see how much this meant to him, because in spite of achieving everything under the sun, this actually, that's why this IPL, this whole value has uplifted the whole platform, because of the big players who got everything under the sun, wanting to get this one. And that gets the fans together. I feel sorry for Punjab, but it was a good game, because what a game. And I thought they were 20 runs short, but the way they handled it, and I thought Virat maybe played a trifle too slow, but in the end, the proof of the pudding is in eating it. So well done, Bengaluru. Eventually it is there. You got a new champion, and Punjab got to wait a few months more.
When you win the tournament, when you win the IPL, nobody remembers how slow or fast did you play in that final, isn't it?
No, but really, in hindsight, it was perfect, because he just paced the innings together. Probably he read the wicket better than any of us. We thought the conditions were, and all the commentators and everybody was saying that this is a good pitch, they should have got more. And I thought Punjab bowlers did well. But eventually you saw that, and I always said, Kunal Pandya, watch out for him, this is the guy. And when the big stage, the cometh the hour, cometh the man. And I think it was a wonderful team effort. It was just not one player. They kept at it. Everybody coming behind. Virat was just getting some runs, getting out of the way, getting some runs, not wasting balls. And eventually I thought they might just cross, and in spite of that big 25 plus run over, they could not. So that was, the match kept on going this way, that way. And this is the kind of final we all needed.
Absolutely. And how did the match transpire? Let's take a look at the scorecard here. In fact, it was an exciting final. You have to give it to both the teams. Punjab managed to stop the Bengaluru team under 200, and everyone thought after that innings finished, everyone thought that, look, they might just be 20 or 30 runs short. But when Bengaluru came out to bowl, it didn't really feel like that it was an easy wicket. Everyone, all the bowlers there, they managed to pitch in. In fact, the highest scorer for Bengaluru was Virat Kohli, who scored 43 runs. Rajat Patidar and Liam Livingstone with massive contribution, along with Mayank Agarwal, who scored 24. For Punjab, Shashank Singh, the highest scorer for them, followed by Joss English with 39 runs. Prabhsimran Singh, 26. That wicket, Prabhsimran Singh's wicket, was the turning point. Many would say that it was Shreyas Iyer, but Prabhsimran was set. He was hitting the ball really well. And then when Prabhsimran Singh got out, things didn't really look the way it did earlier. As far as the bowling is concerned, for Punjab, Arshdeep Singh, that one over where he gave 3 runs and ultimately picking 3 wickets for 40 runs. What an incredible over that was. For Bengaluru, all the credit goes to Bhuvneshwar Kumar and, more importantly, Krunal Pandya. When the runs were flowing, Krunal Pandya came in and then stopped the flow of the runs and picked those crucial 2 wickets. 4 overs, 17 runs, and picking up 2 wickets. Rakesh Rao, before we talk about Krunal Pandya and before we talk about anyone else, Virat Kohli, he has waited for this one trophy for 18 years. He has won everything. He has all the trophies in his cabinet. This is that one trophy that he always wanted, and he finally has it. It must be really, really satisfying for him.
Absolutely. See, because he is one guy, because of him, the entire team has that kind of fan following across countries. You can go beyond, the geographical boundaries of any state, any country. But the point is that this guy wanted it, and the people, those who have been with him for so long, they wanted to win it for him. So, and you know what? See, IPL is not just another tournament. It is not just that he wanted it for, his sake. But the point is that this is the team that started the IPL. If you remember the first match of IPL, the inaugural match of IPL, 2008, this was the team which was ridiculed by everybody when, somebody like McCallum hit them for 158. That was how RCB started its campaign in the IPL. And now, after 18 years, they are right there with the trophy. And of course, so many, side stories for it. 18-year-old IPL, Virat wearing jersey number 18, the total adding up to whatever, 18 or whatever you have. But then put all that thing aside. This is going to be an evening to be remembered by all the RCB fans. They won it. And for once, you can be very safe that the batters didn't win them the game. It was the bowling for a change which came up. And when it really mattered, the bowlers did the trick. If you look at the first 5 overs, I think Punjab were cruising. But thereafter, that 1 wicket in the 6th over, and thereafter Krunal enters the scene and he turns the match on its head. Now, a lot of credit has to go to RCB as a team.
Absolutely.
At one point, they looked like, just falling apart. But then I think somewhere the inexperience in the Punjab camp also showed up. It was a huge game, not just another 190 odd to chase, but it was the occasion. I think somewhere along the line, the occasion got to them. And then, of course, with Shreyas falling so cheaply, I think that is where the wind was out of the sails. But the match, of course, was much over before the last ball was bowled. The scoreboard will show that the difference between the two teams was only 6 runs. But then People who have watched the game will never go by the eventual this thing. They'll always remember Punjab fought well. This was their best chance to win. They won the toss. The template was for them to just follow it. They kept the opposition in check. They had a good start.
Absolutely.
Somewhere there, Punjab will always regret it that where did we lose the plot? But I think they lost it once Krunal came in. After that, they were always behind the game.
Absolutely. And there is, in fact, a lot to talk about Krunal Pandya and his performance as well. But we'll slip into a very, very short break and we'll leave you with these pictures of the celebration from the Bengaluru team.
And after 18 years, it is the RCB who win their first ever title. They win the IPL. And Virat Kohli mighty thrilled simply because he's been there. The only franchise he's played for. And you can see the teammates, they're all jumping on top of him. But they've looked aside, that meant business from the outset. There'll be tears in his eyes. It's been a long wait. Support staff, they've been there for a long time. You can see Andy Flower, Dinesh Karthik. It's all time to celebrate. This tournament carries on for over 2.5 months.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the break, we were talking about Virat Kohli and how this is his first ever IPL title. But one person, one player who turned the game around for Royal Challengers Bengaluru is Krunal Pandya. Rakesh Rao, what a performance this has been from Krunal Pandya. And not just this one match, but entire series, entire tournament. He has been that one person. He has been the go-to man for Rajat Patidar. Every time Bengaluru were in trouble, they would go to Krunal Pandya.
Absolutely. And what a day to, come out and do what he was expected to do. And that too, when Punjab was actually, thinking that, yes, we are in it. And this guy comes and bowls a dream spell. Not just that, he gets those 2 crucial wickets. And also, this will also do him a world of good because this performance will ensure that people are going to remember him for a long, long, long time. Till this date, he was only being remembered as Hardik's sibling. But I think now people will remember him as a person who won RCB the match. And of course, he was in his home state. And the crowd, you can just imagine, it is like a player from Gujarat helping Bangalore win this trophy. And also, just look at the way he kept his head. It was very easy to get swayed. He didn't overpitch. He read the wicket so well, and he kept the pace just right. Sometimes what happens, you get a little, the occasion just gets to you. You want to do too much too soon. This guy showed that he had his head on his shoulders, and also this will also consolidate his chances of taking over from someone like Ravindra Jadeja sometime as part of the Indian team. So all these things get noticed, and I think the occasion was huge, and he came out and he performed. So all these things will just add up, and it will help him a great deal.
Absolutely. And we also have Nikhil Bhai here in our studio. Nikhil Bhai, what a moment for Virat Kohli. He has waited for so long, 18 long years to get his hands on this coveted trophy. He's finally done it, and you could see the relief on his face. The emotions came pouring out. It was incredible.
without a doubt. I mean, incredible for Virat Kohli. Tonight is going to be an understatement because he holds that franchisee, very, very close to his heart. If I'm not wrong, that somebody asked him, would you want to play for any other franchisee if there was more remuneration to your name? He says, I'd never leave RCB because I want to go out there and win the trophy for my fans and the kind of love that I've got. Have a look at that. Those are emotions. Those are 18 years of hard work, tears of joy, and uncontrollable. And he's got that moment after such a long time, celebrating with the love of his life. I mean, couldn't be a better moment for any athlete out there celebrating, for something so close that he's been wanting for such a long period of time. Incredible. And he said those words, if you remember, when we won the 2011 World Cup, that Sachin Tendulkar,
we did it for Sachin.
Exactly. So I think the entire the Royal Challengers Bangalore would be saying that 18th year of the IPL, jersey number 18, 369 today, the date, you add that 18, everything working in favor of Virat Kohli. Have a look at that. I mean, these are scenes incredible.
Absolutely.
I mean, if somebody had to write a story, Osama, or a script,
that is what I was about to say. If you have to, if you really want to, this is a Bollywood movie right in front of you. Somebody who has chased that trophy for 18 long years. Finally, that's the climax of that story, isn't it? And look at the fans. Look at the fans, and look at what it means to all these fans out there.
Having a look at these visuals, BCCI should be a really, really happy unit because this is not short of a World Cup victory for the Royal Challengers Bangalore fans. They've stuck to their team and they've got that opportunity to celebrate all night long. Bengaluru, we're going to be painting that town red, and how? So
we will be painting that town red, and how, but only after this very, very short break. We'll be back.
Months after the Ram Mandir rose, the next big Pran Pratishtha. All eyes on the Ram Darbar, the 3-day Ram Rajya splendor. NDTV in the holy city of Ram to capture each moment live.
These are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it. For every big news story.
You can't defend the indefensible Ruchira Kamboj, but that's what Pakistan has been doing for a very, very long time.
We're sifting through a lot of information. Some is right, some is not right. But I think we are
India tunes it.
Welcome back. You're watching the $1 Billion League, and what we have witnessed is truly history. The fans are celebrating, and this celebration is not going to stop. It is going to go late into the night, maybe tomorrow as well. Yeah. And the entire city, the entire Bengaluru city is going to... Do you think there is going to be just like it happens in football and in the English Premier League or the other football leagues, that there is going to be a bus parade, an open bus parade?
Open bus in Bengaluru. I think the team owner, the franchisee, Diageo, the company, I know the head, he'd make, everything possible because he's going to do that for the fans. The fans have waited for this moment for 18 long years, Osama, and every year they said, next year.
Yeah.
And, that loyalty, tonight, they'll be celebrating, and of course, the team owners will get that open bus, the entire team, and celebrations. I mean, they've worked really, really hard, and I hope they do go out there and do that. I know for a fact they will be doing that as well.
Two very important members of this team, not currently but previously as well. One is Sardar Chris Gale. He has been donning that pagri and wearing that jersey. Yeah. He has played for both the franchises. So he's... but who do you think he would have been supporting more? He definitely would have been, his heart must be there for the RCB.
Without a doubt. And same with A.B. de Villiers. He's on the ground as well. A.B. de Villiers, Christopher Henry Gale, Virat Kohli, they're all very, very close friends as well. So they were out there looking to back Virat Kohli, supporting him, because they all know what it means for Virat Kohli to go out there and win. When they played for the franchisee, they tried their utmost best, but unfortunately they couldn't win the trophy for them. So tonight is going to be a celebration alongside Virat Kohli, Christopher Henry Gale, as well as AB de Villiers. So incredible scenes.
Yeah, we also have Rakesh Rao there with us. Rakesh Rao, does this victory mean that the floodgates have opened for the Bengaluru team? They have come very close on multiple occasions. They didn't really manage to cross the line. But when you do it for the very first time, you know that you can do it again as well. Do you think that can happen to this team, just like the Mumbai Indians and the Chennai Super Kings of the IPL?
Why not? See, because once the monkey is off your back, a lot of things happen. Because now you know how to win it. Because so far, you were actually labeled as a team which has made it in the past, 3 times in the past. This was the 4th occasion. And again, if they had to choke, everybody would have said, oh my God, this team knows how to reach that far, but it also knows how to choke. But here, at least because of the occasion again, RCB fans, I think after the CSK thing, I don't think even Mumbai Indian fans are so loyal. RCB fans, for a franchisee which hasn't won it even once, look at the fan following year after year. It grows. Wherever RCB plays, wherever CSK plays, for them that is like a home ground. You go anywhere, you see jersey number 7, you see jersey number 18. The fans will wear only these 2, irrespective of who is playing, who is not. That is the kind of following, like RCB enjoys. Now, for them, this trophy means much more than what it would have actually meant for any other team, including Punjab. Because this fan following is it's like a frenzied mob, It's like they don't know what to do with themselves now. They are going to dance all night. They're going to sing along. They're going to do things which they themselves haven't planned. Because a lot of these guys are skeptics. They would have said, no, but can we put it across this team? Punjab is not a bad team. And look at the way Trace batted.
That
is the kind of fans they have.
And like you rightly mentioned, number 18, Virat Kohli, the 18th season, he has finally got his hands on this first, his maiden IPL title. Nikhil bhai, before we go to the break, your final words on what has happened right now.
Well, put it this way, and we've been saying this from yesterday, trophies are won by bowlers. In hindsight, it was a blessing in disguise. Punjab won the toss, RCB batted first, and the bowling unit got an opportunity to go out there and defend the total. They stuck to their guns, they stuck to their processes, and they won the trophy for their side.
Lovely. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being a part of this show. Number 18, the 18th jersey, he has finally landed himself that one trophy that was missing from his cabinet. The entire Bengaluru city is going to celebrate, not just today, not just tomorrow, but maybe for the rest of the week. Thank you very much for watching. This is the $1 Billion League.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Eighteen-year wait comes to an end. RCB clinched maiden title, beat Kings 11 Punjab by 6 runs. In the Judge Cash Rao case, sources say no separate inquiry committee needed for Justice Verma's impeachment. No decision on motion in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha yet. Criminal action likely after impeachment. Tamil Nadu government seeks interim stay on Madras High Court order staying Vice Chancellor appointments from Supreme Court. Actor Kamal Hassan refuses to apologize over comments on Kannada. Hassan started Thug Life not to release in Karnataka. Court says actor's ego speaking over apology refusal. Hema Committee report on Bollywood's Me Too movement hits roadblock. Legal action based on probe dropped, citing silence of survivors. A day after drone strikes, Ukraine ups the ante, blasts key Russia-Crimea bridge. Nearly 1,100 kilograms of explosives used. Hello ladies and gentlemen, you're watching NDTV 24/7 and RCB make history, clinching the title of IPL 2025 after an 18-year long wait. And I'm joined by my colleague Osama to get us all the details, all the highlights and about this historic match for the RCB boys.
Well, you're absolutely right. This is a historic day, 18 years in the making. Virat Kohli, he has waited for this moment for his entire lifetime. Virat Kohli started with this particular franchise, stayed with this franchise, and has now finally has his hands on that coveted trophy, the only trophy that was missing from the cabinet of Virat Kohli. It was one of the most exciting matches as far as the Bengaluru side is concerned. They scored 190 in that first innings. Many thought that it was 20 runs short, probably 20 to 30 runs short. But the way they came out to ball, it looked like they were a complete unit. And it did look like at a point when Simran Singh was batting, he looked like he would take the game away from the Bengaluru team. Similarly, Josh English, he was in absolutely tremendous touch. Both these batters, they looked like they had the upper hand. But then Krunal Pandya, the man who has done so well throughout this particular season, every time the Bengaluru team needed to get back into the game, the captain Rajat Patidar, he would throw the ball to Krunal Pandya and he would get his team back into the game. And today, he did the exact same thing. He bowled those 4 overs for just 17 runs. Just 17 runs, picking up 2 very, very crucial wickets, and that basically turned the tide for the Royal Challengers Bengaluru. It is a historic moment. The first time champion Royal Challengers Bengaluru. The celebrations are on, and this celebrations is going to go late into the night, probably the next day as well. We don't know. There might be an open bus parade. This is the winning shot. This is the winning moment. Look at those emotions. Rajat Patidar, the first time captain of the Royal Challengers Bengaluru team. Virat Kohli, he was emotional. He was in tears. That one moment where he hugged Anushka Sharma, it said a lot about what he had been carrying for the last 18 years.
Right, Osama. Also help me understand here, of course, Rajat Patidar, the captain of RCB, a young lad leading the charge. And what would you say was the turning point? Because in the beginning of the first innings, the RCB team seemed to sort of have collapsed. And as you mentioned, not too many people were in favor of RCB at that point.
Yeah, but speaking about the captaincy, Rajat Patidar, he's probably one of those underdogs who wasn't really given the credit that he truly deserves. Managing a team like Royal Challengers Bengaluru, you have big names, huge egos, and the kind of management skills that he has shown in this setup. He has basically earned the right to be called the captain of this particular team. To manage personalities like Virat Kohli, to manage personalities like Krunal Pandya or Josh English or all the overseas, Josh Hazelwood, all of these players, these are really big personalities, and to get them together, make them play like a team. And in fact, he also contributed with the bat. So it's not just his captaincy, but he has actually led from the front, and that has earned him the respect from all his peers, all his team members, and that actually goes on to show the kind of effect it has had on this particular team. It is a great moment. It is the moment that Bengaluru will remember for the rest of their lives, and the Bengaluru side, the Bengaluru fans, all of them, they will be celebrating non-stop.
Thank you, Osama, for decoding the match highlights as well and taking us through how Rajat Patidar has led from the front indeed and contributed to a team that is led with marquee players such as Virat Kohli, and still taking the team through a historic clinch with the IPL 2025 title. Now shifting focus to Kamal Hassan's movie Thug Life, which will not be releasing in Karnataka as part of the worldwide launch on June 5th. This after the actor chose not to tender an apology for his statement that Kannada was born out of Tamil. Now the Karnataka High Court has suggested that the actor apologize and put an end to the controversy, but he's refused to do so. In fact, the court also said that you may be Kamal Hassan, but no citizen has a right to hurt the sentiments of masses. There are 3 things that people are very emotional about, that's land, water and language. The High Court has in fact said that Kamal Hassan's ego is speaking as he refuses to apologize for his remarks. My colleague Deepak Bopana spoke to actor Ramya, who's also known as Divya Spandana, regarding this controversy. Let's listen in to that audio.
There were various other observations that were made by court, but one pertinent aspect here is that the petitioner, that is Kamal Hassan, the advocates representing him, has said that the response that was sent to the film chamber is the final response, though that didn't have the word sorry or an official apology. What do you make of this?
You know, I really like the closing remark that was made by Justice Naga Prasanna, where he said, discretion is the best part of valor. And I think that's so true in this case. You know, sometimes it's better to be cautious and wise than to just rake up an unnecessary controversy. I did read Kamal sir's letter also. I do see the sincerity, where he's talking about his love and, where he says that, no language is dominant than the other and every language is equal. But as the court pointed out, there was no word like apology or sorry or anything like that. I feel like it's the easiest thing for Kamal sir, to just say, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, but I was misunderstood and this is what I actually meant. I don't know why it wasn't there.
This is exactly what the film chamber also said. I spoke to the president. He said that we got the letter. The letter justifies his comments, but it does not. He does not use the word sorry there. In court as well, the advocate argued that it was in all sincerity that he wrote this letter, his appreciation for Kannada and all that. But that's the final word. So now they've decided not to screen the movie. Do you feel that this was quite an extreme or a knee-jerk reaction of sorts?
I think, perhaps what Kamal was trying to say through the letter is, listen, I was misunderstood in the first place. It's not what I meant. And therefore, I don't need to apologize. But it's very clear, Deepak, he said those words that Kannada was born out of Tamil, right? And that's a factually incorrect statement. So he could have easily said that I have made a factually incorrect statement, right? And anyway, as far as his film not releasing, I think that's a call that the chamber and I think he and his team will have to have, as the court also said, they should have a trilogue, dialogue together and figure it out. That's for them. But I sincerely feel like you're a man of such a big stature, right? And if you feel like something that you've said may have hurt people's feelings, whether you believe in it or not, I think you should be able to, just say, I'm sorry.
Now shifting our focus, where the central government is preparing to initiate impeachment proceedings against Justice Verma, who is facing allegations of corruption after the discovery of a large amount of cash from his official residence in Delhi. Now, sources tell us that no separate inquiry committee will be required on this front and that a motion seeking his removal is likely to be brought up in the monsoon session of the parliament. And criminal action is likely to follow. Here's what Arjun Megwal had to say on this whole controversy. Listen in.
इसकी जो अभी तो पोजीशन है वो ये है कि एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपनी इन हाउस कमेटी बनाई थी, उनकी रिपोर्ट आ गई। वो रिपोर्ट राष्ट्रपति जी को सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस साहब ने भेज दी, प्रधानमंत्री जी को भेज दी। उसके बाद उस रिपोर्ट पे जो कार्रवाई है वो जो संविधान में प्रक्रिया दी हुई उसके तहत आगे होगी। अभी तो सत्र आएगा तब होगी, उससे पहले क्या होगा?
Are very clear that in the upcoming monsoon session, which is likely to begin in the second or the third week of July, the government will bring an impeachment motion to remove Justice Yashwant Verma from the office, and it's very important because a large amount of cash was recovered from his official residence. And after that, the Supreme Court had constituted a committee which had looked into all the allegations, and after the committee's report was submitted, that time the then Chief Justice of Supreme Court, he recommended to the President and also to the Prime Minister, saying that Justice Verma should be impeached. So on that recommendation and on the basis of the committee's report, the government is now going ahead with the impeachment motion, and Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Mr. Kiran Rijiju, will be seeking consultation with all the opposition parties, because remember, to pass an impeachment motion in both houses of Parliament, 2/3 majority is required. That means a consensus among all